Are we ready? Okay. Well, let us start our work session with our invocation. Let's all stand, and right after we repeat our Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Hare, if you'll do the honors.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Lord Jesus, once again, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for letting us make it through the night and seeing another day that we've never seen before. Father, as we move forward in our first meeting of the year, January the 5th, 2026, we ask you to look over this city council. Help us to come together, bring a bond together to move forward for the concerns and issues of the city and the citizens of Fayetteville. Let us have a great meeting this evening, and we thank you, Father. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank everyone for joining us today. We have a long agenda items, and we do have to go to a closed session, but we will probably do that after we get through a lot of the agenda items as we wait on the mayor to join us. City Manager?
Yes, sir. I had two announcements. I'll make those at the end if that's okay. I can't find my notes right now.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda items?
So moved, sir.
All in favor?
Second.
They don't have to use the mics. All right, let's start with our first item, 6.01, Blunt and Gillespie redevelopment update.
Second.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. So we're here this afternoon to update you on our efforts to evaluate the city-owned property at the corner of Blunt and Gillespie. Today we're going to talk a little bit about the partnership we have with HR&A, the study that they performed for us, the concepts that they've helped us develop, and then the next steps. So I'm going to introduce a little bit of this in the background and then kick it over to my friend Austin to take us through the technical. All right, so just to put this into context a little bit, we've owned this property, about 8.5 acres on the corner of Blunt and Gillespie, less than a half mile from where we are right now, for quite some time. We had not fully acquired everything until recently. There's been a couple of concepts floated in the community and considered by City Council over a 10-year period to look at what to do with this. And for y'all that are in real estate and business, you know, it starts with what's financially feasible in the market. What would somebody want to come in and want to buy, want to live in, want to shop at? And so that's why we brought in some advisors that I'll tell you about in just a moment. But we partnered with them to talk about the market potential, to test different concepts on the site, what would make sense from a visual, from a layout, and from a financial standpoint. So a little bit of the history here. Back in 1902, the E.E. Smith House was built on this site. That property is now owned by the city and programmed out by the Park and Recreation Department. Starting in 2008 with our Hope 6 redevelopment efforts, we began acquiring 41 individual parcels. City Council allocated $6 million towards Hope 6. Not all of that went towards this. Some of it was infrastructure. Some of it was single-family housing built by some nonprofit partners in the Hope 6 area. In 2016, we brought in Red Rock Global to study some opportunities in and around downtown and throughout the city of Fayetteville for redevelopment. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that study and where we are with that in just a moment. Back in 2018, right before I got here, we looked at kind of reconstituting this business park idea where there would be business and office type stuff there. And what we found at the time was that the market wasn't quite there for it. Then in 2019, Robert Van Gans at the Fayetteville Cumberland Economic Development Corporation worked with some partners to come up with an opportunity zone vision. This area was one of those opportunity zone areas, the Blunt Street going down it being like a warehouse district. 2020 happened, and in March, everything changed. The government shut down, COVID became a reality, and the economics changed. And so all of these efforts kind of stalled out at that point. The market changed. The demand for office space changed dramatically after COVID. And so in 2025, we had just bought the last kind of key piece of property to have every ownership of all the property in this area. And so we wanted to look at something to help contribute to downtown's growth and the future of it. So about that Red Rock Global plan. So they really looked at 4 different focus areas in that plan. 2 areas on Murchison Road, Upper and Lower Murchison, Massey Hill, and then what they called the Center City Action Park, which is the Blunt and Gillespie site. So for Upper Murchison, they talked about having improvements to the roadway. Right now, NCDOT is undertaking a substantial improvement to that upper area, and then industrial development up towards 295. And so FCDC is our industrial development arm. So they are looking at opportunity sites and marketing those to industry. On the Lower Murchison area, they recommended a baseball stadium. Now, while we didn't build that on Murchison Road, we did build that less than an eighth of a mile away, right in our downtown. And then they recommended a business center, which the city, along with the county and Fayetteville State University, have opened up the business and entrepreneurial hub. In Massey Hill, they recommended a new high school that has not happened. That's not really within City Council's purview. I did read in the news the other day that the school board did get a report on new facilities and things like that. For the Center City Action Park, which is what we're here talking about today, the E. Smith House, we bought that. Our Parks and Rec team renovated it. They program it out with some really cool stuff, and it's also on the National Register of Historic Places. As I mentioned, the land assemblage, we acquired the last lot in 2024, and then we engaged HR&A to explore this a little bit. So as Austin walks up here, I struggle sometimes because you get kind of inside baseball with these consultants and stuff. And so I actually looked at their website, and I ended up going to LinkedIn. And so I just wanted to read this to you. So HR&A Advisors is an employee-owned company advising public, private, nonprofit, and philanthropic clients on how to increase opportunity and advance quality of life in cities. They believe in creating vital places, building equitable and resilient communities, and improving people's lives. So with that, I'll turn it over to Austin here with HR&A.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, and City Manager Hewitt. It's good to see you all this afternoon. Thanks to Chris for the intro to HR&A. So I'll save you all the full spiel on HR&A and just introduce myself. I'm Austin Amendolia. I'm a senior analyst with HR&A Advisors. I live in Greensboro, North Carolina. I've been in North Carolina since 2017, lived in Durham for a little bit, and I work out of our Raleigh, North Carolina office. I'm going to go through just a few slides today. I'm going to try to be brief so that I can spend most of the time answering any questions you all have about the work that we have done and our recommendations for moving the site forward. So many of you all will have seen this chart before. This is a summary of the process that we have undergone as part of this initial phase of work and the overall process that the city would take to advance this site all the way through to through development. We have just finished phase 1, where we created a development and design vision to understand what kinds of development are feasible on the site, both from a physical standpoint, what types of development can actually physically fit on the site, and from a financial perspective, what type of development is marketable to a developer to come and want to build that project. Today, the city is now positioned to advance a solicitation to develop the site if it so chooses. And that is part of the impetus for this discussion today, is to decide what to do moving forward with the site. If the city chooses to move forward to a solicitation, that would entail phase 2, where the city would identify a development partner by releasing the solicitation and then eventually identifying that development partner who would develop the site. Once that development partner has been selected, the city then would work with that development partner to negotiate an agreement, execute term sheets, and eventually move forward to groundbreaking and development. So as part of our work, we started with a market scan of the city of Fayetteville and also the properties close to the Blunt and Gillespie site. Overall, downtown Fayetteville has experienced kind of a slow population growth since 2010, about 11% population growth since 2010. And that's in part due to the lack of new homes being built downtown. There have been very healthy vacancy rates downtown, less than 5% vacancy, and consistent absorption citywide. When we talk about absorption, that's just people moving into apartments. And so since 2015, there have been 240 new units occupied every year, which has demonstrated the potential for this site to spark a new move towards downtown. People are willing to pay more to live in downtown Fayetteville, but there needs to be more housing opportunity there for them to do so. As far as office and hotel goes, there's a story in Fayetteville that in many ways is similar to what we see throughout the country, but there's also some uniqueness to it. So in general, office and hotel is really challenging in the current market still. New office development is not happening throughout most of the country. What I will say is that for Fayetteville, the office market has remained fairly healthy in terms of occupancy. It's remained fairly well occupied compared to larger cities that have very high vacancy rates. That said, it would still be challenging to occupy significant new office space. And so a development partner would likely need to have a very targeted strategy to identify specific types of industries that are growing in Fayetteville in order to occupy new office space. When we looked at hotel, we've recognized that downtown Fayetteville does not have a ton of hotels, and that it has benefited in the past from new investments such as the baseball stadium to help drive new investment in those types of hospitality uses. And then in terms of retail space, what we learned both through our conversations with people and through our market analysis is that there are plenty of restaurants and clothing stores that are located downtown, but that downtown Fayetteville lacks a more experiential retail offering. Think things like jazz bars, art galleries, and complimentary retail offerings. And this site offers an opportunity to provide some of those options to downtown. So we did host a community meeting as part of this process to get input into the types of development that residents would like to see occur in Fayetteville. And from that meeting, we took away that there was actually strong support for mixed-use development that also included an activated public space. People talked about wanting to be able to sit out on a lawn and have a place for their kids to play while they maybe enjoy a bite to eat or grab something to drink. Which is in line with the idea of having outdoor dining, plazas, and potentially cultural or entertainment uses. Again, I mentioned that need for more entertainment activities downtown and more experiential things, including art, music, and games. There was also a strong interest for family-friendly and youth-oriented activities, acknowledging that people wanted more things for young people to be able to do on the weekend and be able to go to. And that there's not a ton of just open play space for young people currently, especially in this part of the city. And there was also broad support for new housing options near walkable amenities. And this aligns also with a lot of the feedback we received from an online survey that we released, where 40% of respondents, they preferred natural play and lounge areas, again, places where they can rest and relax and be outside. And want to make sure that those spaces feel inclusive and intergenerational, and essentially creating more space where people can connect and hang out without necessarily having to spend money. Most people were in favor of relatively dense housing. Over 60% of respondents were in favor of 3 to 4 and 4 to 6 story mixed-use buildings, which is a positive sign to see that there's a move towards more diverse a more diverse set of housing options in downtown as a way to help activate downtown and bring more people downtown in general and bring some more of that energy. And when it comes to the downtown experience overall, people want downtown to feel safe, to be central and walkable. And the accessibility of downtown was a common thing that was discussed regarding walkability, the proximity of parking to places where people want to go, and also making sure there's quality sidewalk infrastructure. We were just curious how people currently interact with downtown and found that 37% of downtown visitors were only drawn downtown by special event, but there was still a desire exuded for more everyday reasons to visit downtown. So with our design partners, MKSK Studios, they helped develop 3 conceptual designs for developing the Blount and Gillespie sites. You see those options here on the screen. A couple of things that I want to note about all 3 scenarios. All 3 of them have a similar concept in that they focus on centralizing the highest concentration of development on the corner of Blount and Gillespie. And that is in part because that is a major thoroughfare, and so it's a really great opportunity to set up this intersection to have similar development and to become more walkable and connect better to downtown as Gillespie goes directly into downtown. The other 2 things that all 3 of these concepts have in common, all of them preserve the E.E. Smith House. That is a requirement of this project. No matter what, it's not going anywhere, it's not moving, it's staying put. The third thing is that all 3 concepts prioritize some sort of open space, community park. They look different depending on how you lay out the site. If you move Chase Street, which goes through the site, you can break up the site in different ways, create a slightly different grid. But all 3 sites have those 3 key elements. Moving from left to right in these concepts, the concepts get more and more dense. So concept 1 is the least dense with 100 units of multifamily housing of apartments and then 25 townhomes. There's also 21,000 square feet of retail or dining space. And concept 1 really emphasizes the open space, having about a 2.5 acre community park. Concept 2 is focused on slightly more density, looking at 200 multifamily units, a little bit less retail because it's more concentrated on that corner of Blount and Gillespie. And the open space is only 1.5 acres here. And then concept 3 is the most dense of the 3 options.
Austin wants to wait till the end. You want to take questions?
I'm almost done, so let's wait to the end. I'm just going to go through each of these 3 concepts individually. Again, I kind of spoke to some of this, but one thing I wanted to point out about this slide in particular, we did have MKSK do some 3D massings of a couple of the concepts to give a sense of the level of height that we are thinking of here. So as you can see, all of these buildings are no more than 4 stories on site. This first concept has a single-story parking deck that would sit in the middle of that multifamily space. So it's not creating an eyesore for the community, but it's also helping to park the site and preserve as much of the open space as possible for the community. For concept 2, again, this one, one of the unique things about concept 2 is it has kind of a central pavilion in the middle of that open space, so that there's also some covered space for people to gather. And then one thing that this concept attempts to do is to put some parking on the screen. It's on the left side of the site, which is to the west portion of the site. And that helps create a little bit of a buffer because there's a minimally active railroad that goes right there. It has like 2 trains come by once every week, so it's not highly utilized, but we still wanted to find a way to create a little bit of buffer there. And then lastly, concept 3, again, the most dense of the 3 options. It has a retail kiosk as part of that community green space. And again, it's focused on that multifamily and mixed-use development. So as I mentioned, all three of these options contain some sort of public benefit between the public space and, but primarily the public space, and potentially a cultural center could also be placed as incorporated in at least two of the three concepts. Because of that, it does make some of these scenarios infeasible without public support. And the reason for that is development on its own, that's just purely private, purely market rate, is feasible right now on this site in Fayetteville. There is not enough value on the site for a private developer to easily be able to come in and create that public benefit on their own. And so if the city were to put forward a marginal amount of public investment to the site, especially compared to the property tax revenues that would be generated from development at the site, scenarios 2 and 3 easily become feasible. And so we've kind of just broken out kind of that feasible, infeasible options really clearly here. Essentially, again, the difference being whether or not you incorporate the public portion of the project. So we have recommended 3 key next steps for the city. The first is to advance a 2-stage solicitation process, which will identify a qualified development partner who can deliver the project. The second is, before releasing a request for proposals, is to proactively rezone the site to ensure the project can accommodate mixed-use development. And the third is to explore the viability of providing a tax increment grant to the project in order to support the public aspects of the project, including the open space and cultural amenities. I'm going to just provide a little bit more detail about each of those 3 steps that we've identified. Speaking first to the 2-stage solicitation process. We recommend a 2-stage process because it increases the number of developers who will be willing to respond to a solicitation, and it gives the city the opportunity to identify a small set of qualified developers before moving forward to a full request for proposal. So with a request for qualifications, it's very light touch for development partners. They need to identify, they need to demonstrate that they are qualified to deliver this type of project, that they have the experience to do this type of project and have done it before, and that they have the financial capacity to deliver the project. That makes it easy for them to pull together materials, and it reduces the amount of cost for them to respond, which is important because once we identify a reduced set, likely 3 to 5 set of qualified developers, they will be invited to respond to a full request for proposal, where we would want more detail. We would want to know not just at a high level, how do you want to approach this project, but we need details on how you're going to approach this. So we would get detailed proposals that include site plans and a financial model to demonstrate that they can actually deliver this. That is a more cost-intensive process, and so we usually do not recommend beginning there because many developers will not be willing to put up the risk that it takes to respond to a full request for proposal unless they've been shortlisted from a request for qualification process and know that they have a good chance of ultimately winning the project. So that's our first recommended next step, is to begin a solicitation process to deploy the site for development and to do it through 2 stages. The second is to consider rezoning the property to enable dense mixed-use development to occur on site. Now, we think this should happen before getting to a full request for proposal. So you can go ahead and get started identifying qualified developers with an RFQ without necessarily rezoning the property. But to minimize the amount of risk for a development partner, we recommend rezoning the property before it goes to RFP. The main challenges with the current zoning is, first off, it just has 3 different zones on the site. That's really difficult to work with 3 different zones and identify what you can build there. So having a single zoning district will make things much simpler for a future developer. We also want to free up the property to enable higher density residential beyond the limits of the MR5 district. We also want to make sure that we're able to permit more mixes of uses. So there are some retail services allowed within the CC and the LC districts, but not necessarily a mixed-use building where you have retail on the ground floor and apartments above it. And then Again, back to the idea of there being multiple zoning districts on site, having different heights and building form standards just makes the project less cohesive overall. And so having that unified zone for the entire property will help make sure that the property feels coherent throughout. And then lastly, we believe that the city should consider the extent to which it's willing to support a tax increment grant application to provide additional certainty to the development partner that it will be available. This is not committing the city, this is not suggesting the city should commit to a certain amount of a TIG or anything like that ahead of time, but essentially demonstrating that it is willing to work with a development partner to identify a pathway in which a tax increment grant can be used. This would help reduce some of the upfront capital requirements related to the public benefit for the property, so related to that open space, those cultural amenities, and it will help the developer achieve the returns that they are able to do while also providing that public benefit. As far as from the city's perspective, it helps unlock this property and enable development that would otherwise not occur that includes that open space and public benefit, and will still enable you all to garner the benefit from the increased property tax revenue that would come from development on the site. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll pause there. It was a lot of content, but I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. I did have a question, then Councilmember Hare. Go to Councilmember Hare first, then Green.
How long, and is it Austin?
Yes.
Thank you, Austin, for your presentation. How long or in place should the TIG be in place?
That's a great question. We have not done a full analysis to see how long, like the shortest amount of time essentially, that it could be in place for. So that would be an additional set of analysis we would want to do. But what I will say is I think that the amount of tax benefit that the city will gain from this property far exceeds the amount of revenue it would need to provide through a TIG to support those public benefits.
As I was reading through this item, and I know the location well, visited and worked, used to go in that area quite often, visiting stores, or from Gillespie going down into Blunt, you sort of mentioned it a little bit when you said the railroad tracks, you was really starting to get into more of an industrial area than pretty much, there at the intersection, which is somewhat commercial, then on the other side, residential. My thought was, I was just trying to see what the benefits were. Well, let me say this. If we go in there and do that proposed rezoning, we would be taking out, or would we be taking out any opportunity for the residential to be in the area? Help me, maybe I missed it. I thought I heard you say it would be mixed, and I thought I heard residential and commercial, but restate that again for me, please.
Yeah, so the rezoning, it would enable the site to do two things. So the first thing is that it would allow it to provide higher density residential. So right now, the height limits on the site are such that you wouldn't be able to achieve the levels of density that we are suggesting are possible on the site. Mm-hmm. The second thing that rezoning enables the city to do, or a developer to do with the site, is to have a mixed-use building that has both retail or it could be office space too, some sort of commercial development and residential development in the same building. Right now, the zoning, you would have to set it up so that they're separate buildings based on which specific zoning district you are in on the site. And so we're suggesting that one uniform zone throughout the property would enable you to have different uses in the same structure, but also higher density residential development.
Within the new zoning.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This may be more of a question for Mr. Cawley, but whoever needs to answer it, feel free, please. I know that several years ago, Kingdom Development put in a proposal very similar to this one. It didn't have quite exactly the same density, but to me, when I'm looking at these, personally, concept one appeals to me more because it has more of a varied use. However, it's the less feasible in your model. Can you talk to that a little bit and address the differences? I know that, like I said, it's not as dense, but sometimes that's better.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I put towards Austin's team was that, it's been clear to me for several years that, various iterations of city council have had a heart towards home ownership. Right, and so in scenario one, we had 25 townhomes that would be for sale home ownership. Based on that, the density that takes the site down to, that's where HRNA came back and said that's just it's not feasible. They have a calculation they do, and I'm seeing if he's got it up on the screen. It's the residual value of the land, and so when you put that home ownership component into it, it brings it down more negative than would make sense to try to cover. To the question about Kingdom CDC, so we didn't get a full proposal. What we did back then was we allowed him to take a rough site plan to TRC on our property, right? And so our development services folks say, you can't bring a plan unless you have permission from the property owner. So we let him do that. And then within 6 months or so, he came back with the Rose Hill Road project. And so that's the one that City Council ultimately funded to move forward.
Okay, so one other question. And I'm assuming that, and I don't know this, so please tell me, when you're looking at feasibility and the density and all of those factors, that plan number one seemed to have, one of the concepts had more of a park area, a community park area. If we were to acquire or be gifted or something of the same, some of that contiguous property to the site because it's there and it's in a floodplain, but we know we can also put a park in a floodplain, would that make it more feasible?
I think the ability to acquire contiguous properties, particularly the one that is immediately south of this one, would really change the site plan. That would give the design team a lot more acreage to deal with. Some of it, yes, would be in the floodplain, but then that would just mean that we would adjust amenities, whether that be surface parking would move to a different place, or park amenities and things like that. There was three things that really pushed us towards putting public park amenities into this project. One was talking with our Parks and Rec staff that programs out the E. Smith facility about how cool it would be to have more outdoor space to put things on and partner with some of our educational institutions. Two was the community feedback came back clearly that some public component of it was something that the community really wanted. And then the third is that there are some pieces of the land that we've acquired through the Hope 6 effort that we need to make sure that we preserve for public use. And so the way that we've outlined the site right now, make sure that we preserve those particular pieces of property for the public use, and then develop the remainder of it to its highest and best use. So I hope that kind of.
And just one comment from my perspective, the fact that the zoning would be done before the RFP would be most desirable to me if I was going to develop this property, because it makes everything easy. It takes out all the big questions, because then you don't have to factor that in on the front side. You're looking at it on the back side, and you don't have to do any of those things. It's what we've been talking about in the UDO committee meetings, that we need to do more of this. If we know what we want that property to be, then we need to zone it that way and help it move forward without all the complications. So, again, I like concept one the best. It's not the most feasible, but that's what my question stemmed around. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. And I did have a question, and after that I have a few more council members. So this is good, and I think it fits into a larger discussion that, if you look at, if you've been to any community or any city of certain size, you see a lot of this, mixed-use retail and living, and you don't see a lot of it here. You have a few projects that are popping up, so I think you do have to incentivize it to get us out of the garden-style, traditional apartment-only, build a 7-Eleven around it or something from a retail component instead of having more of a project like this. My question to you is, not only, I think you have to incentivize it to unlock it, and certainly, as to Councilman Green's point, investors and developers want certainty about things. They may walk away from a good project because it's uncertain about if the zone is going to pass and those kind of things I think you can do on the front end. But do you see this being able to be applied to down some of the other local corridors? That if you create a TIG here, that if things are done, I had a proposal I was going to bring back at the next work session to communities like Charlotte was doing to opportunity corridors, areas that you want to incentivize or drive development. Tell me your thoughts about a broader plan to take a concept like this. And I understand each individual plan meets it, but to say that, in this area, we're going to concentrate to make zoning more predictable, that can be a TIG if certain barriers are met. Can you talk to that if you've seen that in other places?
So I do want Austin to answer because he does have experience in other places, but I do want to make sure that we give y'all credit where credit's due, that we have been putting policies in place to help incentivize this stuff for the past couple of years. They're complicated. We got outside legal and the city attorney's office helping oversee implementing those policies to make sure we're good. And so we've done that, and what we have not done is looked at it from, like you said, like a redevelopment priority corridor type framing. And I think that is the next logical step for us to look at. How do you put these tools and others that are at our disposal into redevelopment corridors that are a priority for the city? With the tax increment grant in particular, there's a bunch of detail in that policy, and one of the things that we wrote into that policy was a limitation. So we do have a no more than 2% of your annual revenue can go towards that, right? And that's something that council can adjust, but it gives you a ceiling because each one of those things costs money, right? And you make money and then you put some out, but also every one of those developments represents more solid waste, more police, more code enforcement, more everything, right? And so we put that in there similar to what Raleigh and Charlotte have into their policy. So, at the same time that we do have these tools, you do want to focus them on areas that make sense for the city to want to incentivize growth because it is a limited resource. But I'll kind of stop there and pass it to my friend here to share some ideas.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Chris said. And I think the way I would put it is with tax increment grants, they're a great way to spark new investment. And what I would advise is to not become overly reliant on them because development partners, they will solve for whatever numbers you give them. And so if they think that every time they come, they're going to get a certain amount of tax increment grant financing, they'll just solve for that in their development performance. We want to make sure that the city is putting its dollars to good use. And so it's great to spark something new here and then be mindful about when you do it again. So if you have a corridor where you need to get the first ball rolling, that's a great time to use it. And then ideally you create a really great place like what we're hoping can happen at this site, and it then begins to naturally attract additional interest and development to that place or that corridor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McMillan and then Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Austin, for this information. I'm excited about this project as well. I had a question about affordability. Before the holidays and then even in the last meeting, we talked about housing insecurity and economic mobility. Wondering if there's a portion or percentage of these dwellings that'll be designated for people who live in Fayetteville that are living at or below the poverty level. And if that's not already in this, if that's something that can be included in the RFQ, RFP process.
So I will defer to Austin on how we include that in RFQ, RFP process. I think what you're talking about is more of like a mixed income approach. So one of the challenges we see, and we've seen that from city council's viewpoint with two developers that have come forward in the last couple of months, right? One that was entirely, market rate, who said, I don't have the tools to do affordable housing. And then another that's entirely affordable housing that says, I don't have the tools to do market rate. And what we know is that in the financing world, when these projects get funded, those are two different worlds. The people that fund affordable housing and the people that fund market rate typically don't work together, and it takes quite a bit of expertise to put the two together. That could be something that we look for in a developer, someone who has financed mixed income properties before. I will say that, there's this general thought that the market rate portion helps pay for the affordable portion, and that just doesn't happen. Right, and so what ends up happening is the affordability puts a hole in the project that then the city would need to step into and loan money, and it would be a loan, but would loan money to help fill that hole. And so there's always this opportunity cost associated with it, right? Because part of my job is affordable, but a good chunk of my job is affordable housing. I'd be remiss to say that approving 84 units of affordable housing right here next to downtown is an amazing step. And so it might not be that every project is a mixed income opportunity. It might be that we do balanced development in different areas that are all located in the same neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, go ahead, sir.
The only thing I would add to that is I think in this scenario, the city can decide which public benefits it wants to prioritize. So the concept that we've proposed and that we've built, the public benefit is open space and cultural amenities. We certainly, in terms of as we go to solicitation, we can say things in an RFQ like the city has interest in strategies for supporting affordable housing or increasing affordability, however we want to phrase it. That can be incorporated in an RFQ, and developers can make an offer on that front. But what we would advise caution is to pack too many public benefits onto a single project. It just makes it harder for a developer to deliver on that. So my answer to your question would be yes, and yes, we can encourage respondents to an RFQ to consider how they would address affordability and recognize that there's another public benefit that this project is offering. And it doesn't preclude there being future opportunities for more affordable projects, especially if this starts to revitalize this part of Fayetteville and properties next to it are then able to potentially deliver higher levels of affordability or more units of affordability.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You all have answered a lot of my questions. I'm definitely for the mixed-use aspect, and I was glad to see the public input continue to support that. And Councilman Hare actually asked part of the question that I wanted to ask. So I wanted to ask in regards to the TIG. I know you mentioned that the public investment part had to occur in order to get some of the public amenities. Would that primarily be in the form of the TIG, or would there be an additional ask?
So it kind of depends on, council's appetite and the financial situation at the time, right? If you've got cash up front, I'm sure most developers would rather get a loan from the city than get it on the back end. But what the TIG allows us to do is to help incentivize development when we don't have millions of dollars lying around. Right, and so that we're able to say, hey, we can help you with your debt service on other loans by increasing your revenue on an annual basis. And so it's really there's a couple of different tools, and one of the tools is the zoning, right? And being able to allow more density produces more income, and so there's a lot of different tools that we have at our toolbox. The TIG is one of them, and it's the most conservative one that we have because we don't pay a dime unless something gets built and pays property taxes.
Yeah. All right, thank you. And thank you for paying attention to the walkability aspect as well. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Hondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Colley and Mr. Austin. Couple questions on the slide, I think it's 10 or, yeah, I think it's slide 10 that has the three concepts. A couple of them have a cultural center. Can you speak to a little more what would qualify as a cultural center? What are some examples of one?
Yeah, I mean, the E.E. Smith House is a great example of this.
Sure.
And I think it would essentially be building on that. So you could think of it could be it could kind of be flexible space for any type of arts, music center activation that the city, that the Department of Parks and Recreation wanted to help facilitate. Living in Greensboro, I know Greensboro's Cultural Center, they have essentially like discounted space for artists to be able to display their art and to have some of that space that they wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. They host events there that celebrate different cultural events that reflect the people who live in the city. So they could be hosting events related to different cultures.
So it could be a venue,
holidays.
potentially
It
a
could be
community
venue.
center.
Exactly.
What about like a small museum or something? Would that qualify? Or?
Sure.
Okay. And then also, same slide, there's a retail kiosk on one or two of the concepts. Could you speak more to or expound on a retail kiosk, what that looks like?
Yeah, it's like a glorified concession stand, I think would be the easiest way to describe it. So it looks better than a concession stand, and it can be similarly spaced for small or new businesses to locate.
Little coffee shop or?
I was about to say,
Any
in
kind of-
again, I'm from Greensboro, so we have a coffee shop that's in our downtown park in LeBauer Park. That is kind of this kiosk situation, and it's nice because you walk up to get your drink, you can go walk through the park or sit in some of the benches they have out there. So it's thinking of a concept like that.
But the vision is it would be some kind of vendor probably that's
Yes,
paying
yes.
some kind of rental. Very good. And I just wanted to speak to you mentioned the rezoning. When we speak with other partners like FCDC, for example, that kind of is our industrial recruiting. One thing they always harp on is to make us competitive across the state or across the region for economic development, we need shovel-ready sites. So rezoning this, and also, you see on some of the maps, there's various, there's multiple parcels that make up this 8 or 9 acres. Recombining that into one parcel. Same thing with Catalyst One site. There's several parcels that the city acquired that makes up that site, but it's still individual parcels. If you recombine it, typically on the private side, we acquire acreage. If it's multiple parcels, the first thing we do is recombine it. That way you don't have to deal with setbacks on individual parcel. I mean, it's going to have to be done. So anyway, I think I would agree, rezoning it and recombining it into one parcel kind of makes it shovel-ready when you get those RFQs and RFPs out there. So I appreciate the presentation and the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Green.
Sorry, this is my wheelhouse. One last question. Have you worked in a project like this where the developers are not the same? Like, there's a developer on site to do multifamily, and there's a developer on site to do residential or multi-use?
So we have, usually in that situation, the RFP would be geared towards a master developer who would then create their team. And their team would have a set of developers that would focus on different specialties. That does create an additional layer of potential complexity and is often more beneficial for larger sites, but it could be an option that maybe there's a development team that wants to take that type of approach, and they bring that to the table here.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to sum up some of the questions, because the last time you were here, we had a discussion, Austin, about what I've seen in Newark, Delaware. And I like both sides, where we have density and we have retail. I believe we not only need to focus on tax revenue, but we also need to focus on sales revenue. So my question is, you mentioned one of these was only 4 stories high. Is that the limit on how high we can go? Or can we go higher to produce more retail revenue?
So if you were to go higher, you likely will, it sort of depends on how you just build the concept in general. So, like technically, yes, you could go higher and build more retail. The challenge is we don't want to over retail the site and end up creating a situation where you just have empty, vacant retail spaces. And so when we ran our market analysis, we looked at the total amount of unmet spending potential in downtown, essentially how much spending is happening outside of the downtown area, but in Fayetteville. And we calibrated the amount of retail we are showing in the diagrams to what that demand was.
Follow-up question, Austin. We talked about the RFQs and the RFPs, and we're not reinventing the wheel because this is being done all over the United States. What are the comparisons of what's being done in Raleigh or Durham and Charlotte compared to what we're trying to do here in Fayetteville or Greenville? Because if what you say is not true, then we could be underselling ourselves also.
In terms of the scale of
Right.
retail?
Yes. Because I'll give you an example. The one that we referred to in Newark, it is blowing up. I mean, they have more retail business than they have residential business because there's a college around the corner, just like we have here, and they are flooding that. Whether they have a Sprouts there or a barbershop or a nail salon or a Starbucks, whatever the case may be, and they are always full.
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. And what I would say is, regardless of where you are right now, more often than not, retail space is what we consider as a loss leader for mixed-use development. Retail space itself is not financially viable as part of a mixed-use development. What it does, however, is create additional value for the residential part of the project that is being delivered with that retail space. And so developers can achieve better rents, they can achieve better revenue by having that retail component there. And importantly, for a place like Fayetteville where you have the college there, it creates more interesting places for people to go and for young people to go and to realize they want to stay here and for you to maintain population growth over time. And so while we are always in favor of being ambitious, the concept that and of course we will encourage potential developers to be ambitious as well, we recognize that there will be a mix of retail that is financially viable for the site.
All right. Well, thank you. And just small follow-up, and then I'll pose a question to the council or to you and staff about next steps of what your ask is of the council. Two things. One, to your point, now this just came up as you were making your last point. Retail tends to follow the residential piece, right? Because if people move into a community, then the businesses that sell them food, clothes, and things follow that. And so I guess one of the things that the urban study showed was that we don't have enough residential presence in our downtown area, or that needs to be an area of concentration. So I think that could go to what you were saying. The second thing was, is there a way to layer in additional incentives or maybe a higher level of incentive in the event that there is a mixed income component? So in other words, you get a market rate guy that comes in and says, okay, well, this is the TIG. Maybe it's a 50% grant back for so many years. But if you do mixed income, which helps us close that gap too, then it may be 60% for so many years. Is that feasible? I know other communities have things like that.
Yeah, as with everything, we get more complicated as we add some of those things into it. Short answer is yes, that's how we wrote the TIG to function.
Yeah, well, they could choose to participate in all of it or some of it or not, right?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so council, Mr. Cawley, what is the ask of council? I do agree with Councilman Mohandros or Jones that, if this is something that there's an appetite for the council to do, I guess the first step that we could do is to
Well, first, we would ask y'all to accept the report, and staff will come back with any necessary changes. Of course, the rezoning, but I think the first step is the RFQ. That would be able to also address Councilmember Green's concerns that while we have financial data from the report that Austin did, if there is a developer out there that says, hey, we didn't know the city was interested in this because it's been sometimes was marketed, the RFQ would solicit that to request for qualifications of people who are interested in doing it, and then from there, develop an RFP. I think that's the approach we're asking.
Well, yeah, so I guess to the point, to make sure I heard what you said is the part that the council could control if this is something we're interested in doing that you've recommended is the rezoning piece, correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Right, because that could proceed, that's something the council actually could do while you're preparing RFPs or getting the final components together. So, council, I guess the question posed is, one, do you want to accept the report, or is there further discussion you want to have? Or would you like to instruct them to come back with some of the things that we've talked about today, to where maybe there's different levels of incentive to address what we've heard about some of the affordable housing component, if that's an incentive that the developer wants to do? It's not mandatory, but are there tweaks that we want to make to this report, or do we want to receive it? Councilman Hondros, I see you like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to move to receive the report and to take the team's recommendation to do whatever they deem appropriate to get it shovel-ready, whether it's rezoning it, recombining the parcels, and so forth.
Okay.
And that could include the other incentives you just mentioned.
All right. There's a motion by Councilman Hondros, seconded by Davis. Okay. All right, discussion. All right. Council, look to you for your votes to receive the report with the instructions attached to the motion made. All right, Madam Clerk, it's unanimous. All right. So now that that's been done, what kind of timeline are we looking at for the return from staff with?
The rezoning is a matter of staff work to put that before the Planning Commission. We were, of course, the owner, and the RFQ, we will work maybe with Austin's group to be able to put together the RFQ. But I'm thinking within 3 months or so, we'd be able to.
So will the council see the RFQ before it goes out?
If you'd let choose, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of questions that we would probably want to, so when you get close to that point, I guess you can schedule it for a work session so we can look over it before it goes out.
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you. Awesome, thank you. Mr. Cawley. All right, Councilor, moving to 6.02, receive presentation, redeployment of American veterans on proposed veteran tiny home community.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and the manager. It is my privilege to introduce the next group. On September the 4th, 2025, the Homeless and Mental Health Committee received a presentation by Redeploying American Veterans. Redeploying American Veterans is a nonprofit organization whose purpose is to determine a solution to end homelessness by 2030. The committee voted to move this information to the full council at this work session for presentation. At this time, it's my privilege to introduce Mr. Jimmy Platter. And you can control it
Good evening, sir. How you doing?
Hey, good. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you for your time today. My name is Jimmy Plater. I'm a 30-year Army vet, retired CW5. This here homelessness is for homeless veterans is very personal to me, not only for myself, but Mr. Jerome McNair is my vice president. He'd served over 34 years in the military, and so is our incoming executive director, Mr. Sean Blaylock, has 28 years of military service. So this here is near and dear to our heart. I think most of the good portion of this room is veterans, have served, or know someone that has served. And by this being on the doorsteps of Fayetteville, North Carolina, on the doorsteps of Fort Bragg, everyone knows someone who is definitely a veteran. I want to go through these slides. We have 15 of those, but I want to open it up for questions and answers on the end, have more time for that. Again, RAB was born out of an idea that about 18 months ago, myself and Mr. McNair had ran into several homeless folks, and we asked them their situation and how could we help them. And a lot of it was born out of circumstances that was not their own. A lot of the soldiers that come in or that leave the military, it wasn't on them. It was part of some of the military situations that they had, and then some of the things that happened while they was in service, and then they exited the military without a support system. So, and RAB was born out of that, providing a solution to end homelessness, and hopefully end or put a dent in veterans' suicide. If you see, statistics matter. One of the primary numbers that's driven homelessness is over 14% from 2023 to now. The numbers have continued to rise, and they're not getting any better. Moving forward, with this current situation, it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. And if you look at the population density for the entire United States, it is over 32,000 veterans that are homeless. And if you look at just some of the other takeaways that we looked at is by not having a stable home, a place to call their own, is veterans. It's almost 2,600 veterans right now that are in incarceration. If we were to get and put a dent into that number and return those veterans back into society, I think this country would definitely, we owe that to them as a debt of, to help pay that debt off, because we owe them that. And some of the challenges for homelessness is some of the challenges and the barriers. Affordable housing shortage. We heard that earlier. Landlord discrimination, voucher refusal, jobs that don't pay a livable wage, and skills that mismatch when they get out of the military. They can't find the job that what they did in the military. You could be an infantry, how those skills transferred on the outside. So all of those mismatched skill sets is contributed to the bottom line of homelessness. Also, mental and physical health is also have gaps also that they have. Here's our solution. It is a comprehensive model. First of all, we're going to do wraparound services in our tiny home model. In addition to that, we're going to provide job training, financial literacy, a livable wage, and food independency, and provide each individual that has a tiny home with an individualized support plan. Here are just some of the numbers for potential sites. I think I passed it. Okay, yeah. Here's some of the numbers for the potential sites. As you see, Fayetteville is 28. I would submit to you that number is probably a lot higher. Like I said, the last 18 months we canvassed the area. It's a term that we coined inside of RAB is called the hidden homeless. There are a lot of folks that are staying in vehicles. They're functional homeless, and those numbers are I would say that are not represented, not only for Fayetteville, but if you look at other locations throughout the state as well. And those numbers probably would be almost double, if not more. And here are our six-step process. And mind you, this here is a very high-level brief. We have very, very nuanced slides that go and have the supporting information that backs this up. But the very first step is to verify the veteran status, then their background, they evaluate their health, financial literacy, we'll provide that as well, and bank setup. And then we'll move on to the next phase with the tiny home placement. and then introduce food independency, and then we'll do a skills assessment, and then we'll do a job certification classification. That includes STEM and other livable wages that we could provide. And again, this is what our 2025 plan was to designate a area for us to build a tiny home. The current projection that we have, you can get 22 tiny homes on a half an acre. You can, but if you want to have a little stretch out space, you can do.
Is that 20 on a half acre?
No, it should be 10 on a half an acre.
Okay,
22 on a acre, a full acre. Yeah, that'd be a little tight. Definitely exacerbates somebody's PTSD, so don't want to do that. And our plan is one here is to address the zoning issues and the building aspect of it, and build a partnership which we already have with most of the 501c3s here in town. So the wraparound services that would be required, we already engage with, say, the CARE Coalition, the VA. All of those are stakeholders which we are already in conversation with, and we're working on doing MOAs as we move forward with this process. And here are some of the benefits from the city. By providing tiny homes and getting people off the street, they definitely reduce the burden on emergency services and law enforcement, improve public safety and health, increased quality labor pool, and reduce unemployment, and position Fayetteville as a vet-friendly city, which we already know that it is, and a can-do city, which we already know that it is, but we want to take it to the next level. And here are some of the societal outcomes that we come up with, and that's providing the financial and the stability side of RAV. Okay, and here's our esteemed board. We have myself, Mr. Jerome McNair, who I've already introduced. You have some of you guys already know Fred Irizar. He's one of our principal advisors. Corey Lampkin, he has several years. He's a retired Army vet that has several years as a PM in operating and managing 501c3s and helping the homeless directly. And we have Amber Davis, who's our assistant director. She does a lot of the IT, the outreach, and connecting us with the veterans and other support services. And I want to say this is, one, Mayor, thank you for your time, Mayor Pro Tem. As we move forward with this idea, I think together we can ensure that every veteran in Fayetteville has a home, a job, and a future. I would ask and request that, by we being here in Fayetteville, Fayetteville is my home. It's home for my family as well. And we'd like to have Fayetteville be the model city that shows the rest of the world how you can end homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Platter. I do have a couple of questions. One, I know you've been working with Councilman McNair for a while. I met with you some months ago, so thank you for your work. Have you identified a proposed location of where your model would fit best? And then
we received 2 locations that we ID. It's 1010 Johnson Street, which is 0.46 acres. That's right off of Shaw Road. So that's kind of right in the sweet spot a minimum space for requirements for 10 tiny homes. And then the second location was West Cliff Road.
What was that again?
West Cliff Road.
Where's that?
That's off of Bingham Road, near that food line, off of Bingham Road.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Hare and McNair and Mayor Pro Tem have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Plater. I also have spoken with you on a number of occasions. I guess it's been over a year or so. You and your group have been working on trying to do what we can to support our unhoused veterans. I like what I hear, and through our conversation, I know that you were requesting some land from the city. Could we help with that? What are the responsibilities that I'm pretty sure would be one of the questions you might even would receive if I'm not asking it, that you would expect out of the city, from the city, because we've been having these discussions for a few years now, the upkeep, the maintenance, things along that line. The same things that what we do at our own homes where we live. Kind of give us a little briefing on that.
Yeah, I didn't mention it earlier. I'm also partnered with a Fortune 50 company who's pretty much going to cover all expenses for this. To include I have a for-profit company that we're an integrated facility management company. So the day-to-day management and operation, that's definitely fit within our wheelhouse. We're a regional company, so right now we touch 8 states. But the Fortune 50 company is going to pretty much bankroll everything to include. The only friction point that we had was just get the land.
Yeah.
And they're going to come in and donate the tiny homes, and then they're going to provide some sustainment funds on the backside also. So value proposition for the city would be pretty good.
Okay. Well, I support it. I support anything that we can do to help those that are less fortunate than us, and especially our veterans, being a young man come out of a veteran home. So I would be like to support this and see which way that we can go as far as making sure that you all get the land. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Sir, Councilmember McNair.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hare. He answered, he asked all my questions just about, but I have 2 here. My computer's acting up.
I've been having time with this computer. Yes. Mine's just been jumping.
Yes, give me 1 second. Can you elaborate on the successful steps that have already been taken in other communities that have implemented tiny home projects for veterans?
Yeah, actually, there have been several. We're kind of modeled after those, but our is a little different because we have an ecosystem approach. One is in San Francisco, California. They have a tiny home village out there, but they have kind of like the one that they have in Seattle, Washington, is pretty much unlimited funds. So it works a whole lot better out there when they have the capacity to support the tiny homes. So those are just 2 locations that this model. Ours a little bit different. I keep going back to our ecosystem approach. They provide tiny homes, but they don't provide a livable wage or a transitioning out of the tiny homes. Ours would be based off the model of you give them the tiny homes, but you give them all the training and the ecosystem approach that we have to transition them out into something that's more affordable, permanent housing, if you will.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, you mentioned properties at 1010 Johnson Street and West Cliff Road. What policies do you believe need to be established or modified at the city level to facilitate the development and sustainability of tiny home community
I-
in these areas?
I think we touched on it earlier about getting get the zoning right on the front end, because that's going to be crucial to us coming in doing what we need to on the back end and the permitting side of it. So if we get those two actions right on the front end, then I think we off to a smooth start.
Do you have any other sites in mind?
Just those two right now. But we definitely canvassing the city, but if the city staff can provide it with some additional sites, then we definitely be interested in it as well. But starting out, we have to a half an acre is the minimum that we could feasibly work with.
Initially, you were looking at another site. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, there was I think it was off Cool Spring Roads. We had engaged the city and asked, put that on our list, but apparently the day before it was moved in, and somebody else got the land before we could, if you
Where's
will.
that location?
Off of Cool Spring. I don't know the exact
Where's
zip
it near?
code.
Where's it near? What
it's-
is it near? What is it near?
Oh my goodness! It's down behind the courthouse. And there's several vacant lots that's over there off of Cool Spring Roads. Don't know the exact zip code, ma'am. I can get that for you.
001. Okay. That's my questions for now. And I
All right.
may have
Councilmember
another.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. In regards to the zoning, if I'm not mistaken, if the zoning would be one aspect, would we, and this for staff, would we also have to address the minimum square footage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Who are you asking?
So I guess what you're saying is, are there any components of our current ordinance that would conflict with just simply rezoning this?
Yes, based on the size of the units that would need to be addressed as well.
So I guess if council's pleasure is to move forward with looking to rezone, as we've heard that in the previous presentation, that's the certainty piece, then I guess we can attach to that to make sure that it was consistent with any existing ordinances.
Okay. Understood. Next question, I think you mentioned maybe not the exact word, some sort of transition period. How long would a veteran stay there, and how long is that transition period, and what would be like the next step up from there once they would come out of the tiny homes as far as independent living?
It would be based off of individual assessment. So the caseworkers that we would be assigned to each veteran, they would make that assist in making that determination as when that veteran would be able to transition out.
Well, let me ask it this way. What has been about your average based on the other places where this is implemented?
On average, I don't have the exact number, but it's been between 12 and 15 months.
All right. Then kind of an aside from that, maintenance, cleanup, things of that nature, I would assume that would all be addressed in there as far as keeping sites clean, things of that nature.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that we have, the Army would call it SOP, on standard operating procedures of how the tiny home would be managed and operated. There would be inspections there. Everybody would have assigned duties to help maintain and upkeep of the tiny home village.
All right, two more quick questions. You mentioned the wraparound services. I know that's a mandate for pretty much any project that looks like this. You mentioned VA as being part of your relationships. Have you established, and if not, what would that look like as far as reaching out with some of the grassroots organizations as far as, because we have a lot of grassroots organizations that are already working with some of these same populations, and of course, I know partnerships would go a long way, but could you describe what that looks like or what it would look like?
Yeah, yeah, of course, and I didn't state it earlier. Part of RAB's function was when we did our 18-month assessment, was we identified there were silos of information between the 501c3s across the county, and what our approach was to come in to flatten it out. You know, have the communication between all the 501c3s. And to include the government agencies such as the VA, the health department, and just be like a centralized information, a collection of information. So if a veteran is in the tiny home, right, then the wraparound services, we have touch points in all of those agencies, if you will, and other government agencies as well.
All right, and then my last question. This has come up. I thought maybe some years ago, and I can be corrected, something like this was like this in the community or trying to get forward. Can't remember exactly what it is. I'll get some information on that. But one of the things that consistently come up is NIMBYism, not in my backyard. Again, a lot of folks want certain things built, but when it comes up, that's one of the sticking points. Can you describe how you have dealt with that and how you potentially would?
Yeah, absolutely. The first step that we would and have been is engaging the clergy. So churches, you know, Fayetteville is no shortage of churches here in Fayetteville. So we engage that populace first to garner their support, and then and we go out and preach the gospel of RAV to them, and we always start with those first. So. Clergy is always our first stop.
All right. Okay. And the reason I'm asking that's likely going to come up from the community, if I can just be 100% honest. Just with anything, just we want it, but not necessarily here. So I just wanted to see what your approach would be. And even with that, I know you would do that, extend also outside of the church arena, as well as if you've identified some areas, kind of get some input on that. But I'm definitely for trying to move some things forward. So I just want to make sure we do it in a respectable and accountable way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Planner. Great briefing. A few questions, and some of my questions may answer some of the other questions. Our first term on council, I believe we went to Kansas City. I probably seen the best veterans tiny home village that they had that I have ever seen. If you have an outreach person, I think that's Mr. Irizarry, you might want to contact them as one of your references to see how they move forward. Because I believe one of their most important partnerships was the military. Military is always going to take care of military. We're an installation that has more generals than any other installation in the United States. They will always want to give back to their soldiers. I think that's pertinent. Wraparound services, that's where you can get a lot of those wraparound services from, i.e. transportation, i.e. VA benefits, i.e. mental health. Those are the ones that you should be trying to reach out to for those wraparound services. I believe the problems that we ran into prior to this was tiny homes can only be on city property according to our ordinance for a certain amount of time. That's why they would have to be built, then taken down, and then moved to a different location. I would like for you to come to I don't know if it would be possible to come to the next county liaison meeting so you can present to the county. So you just don't have city staff looking at locations, you have county staff looking at locations where some of these permitting ordinances may not pertain, where you may be able to leave them for a long period of time. We do not want to leave these paid-for services and paid-for homes on the table without putting boots on the ground to try to make this happen. So I'm encouraged as a veteran. I'm going to make sure that you get to the table at the county to see what they can help to provide, but we're going to definitely move forward with this project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Hondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking in our agenda packet, and for this item, it's asking us to receive the report. So I'm just looking through the presentation. Was there a location, a specific location already identified? for the project, or no?
No. We're still in that search mode.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
All right, so before I go to Councilmember Davis, so the 1010 Johnson Street and the West Cliff Road, what were they? Because he just asked if he had any specific sites, so maybe I misunderstood. What was Johnson Street and West Cliff Road?
Those were just abandoned sites, Mayor.
So potential sites?
Potential
Okay,
sites.
okay.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
I got you. All
I
right.
misunderstood you.
I
Yeah,
got you.
Yeah, those are potential sites.
All right, I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand what you're saying. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure if you can answer this or someone on staff. What is the zoning requirement for tiny homes if it's rezoned? What is that zoning?
Well, there's a difference between tiny homes and pallet homes, which
Right.
is some of the conversation we've had. We actually had a little bit of this morning, and I don't know, Dr. Newton, it goes on the density or the number of units per acre? Or the size of it, like MR? Yeah, I'm outside my depth, but we can, please. Thank you.
Dr. Newton, for those that don't know me or those who are listening, Development Services, and zoning is one of the divisions that reports in. We've had conversations in your prior one, you have it again now on zoning. Remember, any zoning is a function that happens back to the City Council, and it looks at overall community zoning, not designed to be just parcel specific for one use. But when you do that, the way that we have our ordinances in place, it's generally in your Code of Ordinances, Chapter 30, where we have a series of zoning districts, and within that district, we have a lot of different classifications. We have some that are very pure residential. The two locations that were identified are pure residential zones. Generally, the smallest footprint that we have on a lot size is 6,000 square feet, 43,560 an acre, so roughly 15 to 18 units to the acre is the most packed that can happen in. Those tend not to be individual ownership. Now, to the question of size, type, duration that was asked earlier, staying connected to that, from the building code, which is another division that reports in Development Services, temporary structures have different standards than permanent ones. The North Carolina Building Code is updating itself, and they're waiting to have the new one enacted that actually puts in place standards for tiny homes. Tiny homes generally are viewed by that, when it goes in, as 400 square feet or less. Most of what we've been talking about, what you've been hearing about in the presentations, are somewhere under 100 square feet. Many tiny homes are very small, and they only provide the place to get out of the weather, and then you have another place where they use facilities for bathrooms and such. There's a series, in other words, what I'm trying to point out is depending on what's being proposed, the zoning would vary. I'll add two other components that are in our current ordinances. One, anybody that has an extra bedroom and would like to rent out or have somebody in your house, we have that available. We also have accessory dwelling units already permitted by right in most of the city. Those are types of other ways that people can be housed that we have in our ordinances now. Anything, Mr. Manager, that I did not address?
I'm not sure. But my question now, I guess, is you, sir. What is the square footage of the ones that you are talking about?
It's actually 20 by 20, so 400 square feet.
And the city has an ordinance that states they have to be what size? 400 or less. Okay. Thank you.
I see. All right. Go ahead. Councilman McNair.
I just have one question. Would your project be open to non-veterans?
Two parts to that. Ultimately, yes, but right now we just focusing on veterans because of the support that we have with the VA and those resources that we have. So initially, no, but eventually, yes. So our goal is to do it in homeless for everyone, but we want to start with our veterans.
All right, thank you.
All right. So before I go to Councilmember Hare, I did have a question. I guess it's probably more so for staff. Dr. Newton, where did you get to? So, two things. One, some of the wraparound services that you mentioned, VA, DSS, some of the other, some of those are, particularly DSS, mental health, and some of those things are under the county's purview. Have you made a presentation to them? Do you have those arrangements kind of in place?
We reached out directly to the interagency, to the DSS, not to the county as a whole. No,
Just to the DSS specifically?
Yeah, just to the individual stakeholders who would actually be doing the work.
Okay. And then I guess this is for Dr. Newton. So in the event that the council made a provision for tiny homes or zoning or adjustment to allow it in areas, what stops someone from doing, building a tiny home community for Airbnb or a tiny home community for something other than this? Because our intent could be for this, but you can't limit it to that once you open that door, right?
You're right. You're right. It is by use, not occupant. And you've heard versions of that before. So zoning is designed by the type of activity, not the occupants.
So with that being the case, is there a way, how would an individual one-off project be? It would be a special use? Like if there was a place that they found it didn't allow it, then they apply for a special use so the council could hear it on a case by case?
And yes, that's correct. And then you would condition as to what the actual activity is. And again, you'd have to work very closely with legal in terms of what fits in the parameters so that it doesn't become what's known as contract zoning.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Just want us to be mindful of that. I mean, I think the intent we're tracking, but just once you crack that open, there could be, developers that come in and put 50 houses on a 2-acre lot. And, all right, Councilman Hare.
Mayor, you just made a good point. I was wanting to make a motion with a number of conditions within it. But first I would, and I guess I'd like to open it up for discussion. I would like to make a motion that we accept the presentation. Very good presentation, sir. We don't want to have an organization that is only asking us for land, and they've got everything else hopefully in place. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir.
Yeah, absolutely right.
To move forward with the project. But I would like for us to accept the presentation given and ask that our staff work with the organizers or the petitioners here on zoning and land opportunities wherever they may be, to start out with the suggestions that you all gave us on the Cliff West, whatever it was, but I do remember the Johnson Street area because I have been out there when I spoke with you all a couple of years ago, and then bring that back to us for additional discussions, and that would be my motion.
So there's a motion to receive the report.
To receive the report, to ask staff to then work with Mr. Plater and his group on zoning, because we'll have to do that, land use opportunities, wherever those land use opportunities are, because we don't know, and whatever else that may be necessary to help us to move forward.
Okay, so I got what we're saying. I think we need to get a little staff clarification because
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
don't.
sir.
Mr. Hewitt, you had the button pushed.
I want clarification.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hare and Mr. Mayor as well. I think I heard a council member mention the desire to put this on the city-county liaison meeting as well. This year, we are the chair of that, are we not, Jennifer?
Yes, we are.
And so Mayor Pro Tem would set the agenda. So with your permission, we'd like to add that in and get the county's participation through that presentation if we can. Today, they are not asking for any financial assistance. We have shared with them our list of surplus properties. As Dr. Newton mentioned, we actually have a successful model, we think, working already in the city. Inasmuch, you may recall, just a few weeks ago, council approved for a tiny home village for, is it homeless veterans as well, Chris, Alex? Yeah. And so we have potentially have a working model here in the city. But we'll absolutely will help them with any zoning needs and requirements that you have. But if, to your point, sir, if you receive the report and work with Mayor Pro Tem to schedule it, and again, sharing the list of sites that we have.
So,
Can you add that to your motion?
Yes, sir, of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
and I just want to clarify one other thing. So I think that addresses, you're running a parallel track again. One is this will go to the city-county liaison, which the city is in charge of setting the agenda there. Two is they're sharing with Mr. Plater and his team the available lands and opportunities as he does his research for which site fits best. But the missing piece was, when will staff be able to give us a couple of proposals on what creating some zoning option would be? Because I don't think you need all of those three pieces in a sequential order for them to start to work and to pull some additional examples of it to make sure that it didn't address or open the door up for things that we didn't want to welcome. So I want to make sure that piece is addressed. So you've got the first two. Can you speak to that?
Well, as I mentioned, you approved the one for Inasmuch. Which street is that on again? Hillsborough. So we have a working model, and I think they're doing 12 or 14 homes there. And so we have a working model. That was done through conditional zoning, Dr. Newton and Chris, Alex. And so that would be what we would recommend, because I think it would then blend in the concerns I heard council mention about what is the wraparound services. It's just not about putting a number of units on a site and someone walking away without a continuity model to do the wraparound services. Answering the questions that you may have posed, Mayor Pro Tem, is this 6 months and then you transition them to another type of housing or not? By doing that type of conditional zoning, you potentially could, but we'll be happy to prepare a report based on what we've done with Operation Inasmuch, as well as to look at how the conditional zoning might allow us to do that now. As well as, because I was just looking as well at the minimums in the North Carolina State Building Code. And we'll also include that as well in the report, Dr. Newton and Kelly, if we can. And really, it goes on the minimum square footage per occupant. And so it's not necessarily per size of the unit, it's per occupant. And so there may be some opportunities in that. But again, I think that the conditional zoning, which you have, a working model, which we have on Hillsborough Street, as well as a willing and interested partner who said they don't need your financial support. They need coordination assistance. And if we can help them with land, I think that we have a winning proposal there. So hopefully, Mayor, that answers your question.
All right, so if I heard you correct, they will come back to us with the portion that concerns the council, any additions or modifications to the zoning piece. You'll use it as much as an example, but there'll be a different discussion about that.
We can do that.
All right.
If I can add, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to add that the county has just authorized, I think, $30 million to build a shelter, which location is to be determined. Them having a footprint into this program will also help them alleviate some of the beds needed in their facility that can help our homeless at the same time. So I think it's imperative that we make sure we bring this to the county to see what options we have with them before we even move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. All right, Mayor, Councilmember McNair.
I just want to second the motion. I just want to second the motion.
Okay, all right, there's a motion by Councilmember Hare, as stated, to, one, receive the report, two, to continue to have staff work with Mr. Plater and his team to share available or surplus land that is listed for sale from the city, that as he continues to do his research, and then 3, staff will come back with some proposals or modifications or examples of any zoning adjustments that the council needs to consider. And so that's the motion, and second by yeah, and it's going by way of the city county liaison meeting, which we are in charge of the agenda there. So Mayor Pro Tem will share that with the county. All right, any discussion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes on that.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Thank you.
Good job. All right, Madam Clerk, it's unanimous. Thank you, sir. All right, next item, 6.03, receive presentation from Fayetteville Cumberland County Continuum of Care. Good evening, everyone. Afternoon, rather. Be evening in a little bit.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City Manager. This presentation was originally given in September at the Homelessness and Mental Health Committee. At that time, it was given by former Continuum of Care Chair Debbie Brown, who is with us today. I would also be remiss if I did not introduce Ms. Tawana Dawkins, who is from the county. She's the COC Program Manager. She's here with us as well. But today's presentation will be given by current COC Chair, Dr. Deborah Harris.
Thank you very much. Well, hello, everyone. How are you? Yes, okay, it's good to see you. And I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council members for allowing this presentation. And I'm going to start with a bottom line walkaways. And here we go. We want to walk away with an enhanced understanding of how we remain informed about the unhoused populations in our community. That's incredibly important, because it does another thing, which is another walk away. It acknowledges the challenges that we have associated with our work. And embedded in that are growth opportunities that we need to identify. So that's going to be how we will move forward in this regard. This presentation deals with data from the 2025 pit count, and that was done under the leadership of Debbie Brown, past COC chair. It is important to note that it takes about 4 to 6 months for this data to be approved for distribution. In addition to that, we had a lot of administrative changes, we had a lot of government closures, and the initial report was presented in September, and this is the first opportunity that we've had to present it to you per the invitation of Brenda McNair, Chair of the Homeless and Mental Health Committee. All right, that's the beginning. So let's look at this. The count was scheduled for January 23rd, but due to inclement weather, we had to push it off to January 24th. Now, field teams noted that because of this change, a lot of people weren't present as they were expected to be. Many of them were in warming stations and in shelters, white flag shelters. The team still visited those areas, but it was important to note that some of the people still were not counted because of work schedules or just not being where we thought they should be. Nonetheless, it is important that we still have confidence in this data as representing our state of affairs. All right, here are the final numbers. You can see it, but 383 are the numbers of individuals that were counted in the 2025 pit count. Pit count is point in time, all right? It represents one 24-hour period. What we want you to look at is the 4-year comparison of this pit count. This is important. Let me share with you why. From 2022 to 2025, you can see some growth. In particular, in the transitional housing, we doubled our transitional housing. And that is kudos for the increased focus that that was a result of COC funding. Huge. All right. Now, Here's where we get really intriguing. The pit count only represents a 24-hour period. The broader picture comes from the HMIS, which is Homeless Management Information System. And it gives a year-round perspective of the COC. To emphasize this point more, I want you to look at the bottom line there where it says the total of households and people served from 23 to 24. Now, you will see there were 553 households per HMIS. Also, there were 845 people served per HMIS. Now, it's important because what we notice is this is just a snapshot, but it does represent the homelessness, scale of homelessness in our community. HUD considers both PIT count and the HMIS when they're trying to determine our needs, our gaps, and our strengths. That's very, very important. So let's look at how this comes together from the, where we go, okay. Coordinated system, did this the right one? Oh, okay, got it. All right. The HUD requires that we have a coordinated intake system which allows us to better assess housing initiatives. Stella is one of the reporting tools for that, and it allows us to track the trends. This is one set of the trends. Look at this. At the bottom one, it says the average cumulative days were 75, exits were 36%, and returns were 3%. What this trend shows us is that we are in the process, we're making progress on the duration of reducing the duration of homelessness and the housing outcomes. However, it does appear that there is an increase in returns. But we want you to note there's not really an increase. It just appears that way. But it does say to us there is a need for continued focus in this area. We also collected data on the race and ethnicity as far as homelessness is concerned. This is important because it tells us that we're not excluding anyone. Everybody's included here. It's worth noting that this data shows that there's a reduction in the average number of days of homelessness across all demographic areas. That's important. I hope you're beginning to see some of this thing. It also shows us race and ethnicity as it relates to exits. Once again, paying attention to the fact that we are not leaving out anyone in this process. Now, as I said a moment ago, HUD does require us to have a coordinated intake system, and here's probably a very everyday way of describing it. So the coordinated intake system is the front door for people experiencing homelessness. Someone comes in, the staff listens to the needs, they make referrals to the appropriate nonprofit agencies. Now, this is important as well. I'm saying everything is important because it is important, but let me just share with you. The coordinated intake system does not provide housing services. A lot of times people think they do, but it's not. But here's where it gets really juicy. If you note, the number of referrals are not the same as the people served. Let me explain more deeply. In 7 months, we had 2,580 referrals. HMIS reported, if you remember, that we served 845 people, and the PIT count reported that we only served 380 unhoused individuals. You see how both of them are needed? Because the referral counts cannot be ignored. They cannot be ignored because one person may need multiple services. They may need shelter. They may need clothing. They may need food. It's a lot. That usually results in several referrals through the day. But as you can imagine, the daily demands were overwhelming to the limited staff. When they started this, they had 1.5 people managing all of that. So, in collaboration with the HUD and dollars and so forth, there are now 6 staff members for the entire Cumberland County area. Now, 6 doesn't seem like a lot either, but the job is getting done more efficiently. This also allows for HUD, for us to have more access points, and that's a HUD terminology. But right now, our access points are Fayetteville Cares, which is the DRC, Maiden Lane, North, and Bordeaux libraries, the Alms House in Hope Mills, and outreach into encampments across the county. That's important. Finally, this chart shows that a notable increase took place in June and July, which is when families are typically seeking more help because school is out. And you can imagine that. Now, somebody might ask, well, why are we only reporting data to July? Because when we reported this in September, that's all the data we had. And we have, this is basically the same information. All right, if we look at the top 5 needs requested from our coordinated intake system, we see that there are 3 things that go across all of these months, and it's emergency shelter, it's utility assistance, and it's rental assistance. Those are the 3 that are common across all 5 months, but all the 5 areas across the months. And so we have to make sure that we pay attention to that. That's a growth opportunity, all right? So in order to better understand how we use federal grant funding, we look at the housing placements over from January 22 to December 24. HUD identifies 4 housing categories. You've had this document, I'm sure you've read over it, but let's just highlight transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, permanent housing, and shelter stays. Now let's look at how these were used in the past 3 years. We see that there was an increase in transitional housing after a decline. Permanent supportive housing declined significantly, which is attributed to the loss of 2 providers. That's where that 15 comes from. You might see it and go, oh, we lost 2 providers in that time. Permanent and rapid rehousing show upward trends. There was an increase in shelter stays, but it's also important for us to note the white flag data. You will see in 2022 it's 0. Why? Because at the time, HMIS did not keep up with that data. It was not entered. But now we see that it has doubled. From 23 to 24, it doubled. Now, we acknowledge that there are probably some duplicates in there, but it does still make the point that the needs are great. There is a rising need for emergency shelters. White flag nights have been increasing, so the demands are increasing. And the COC supports a range of housing interventions in our community, including transitional housing, including permanent supportive housing, including permanent housing, including rapid rehousing, including shelter stays. And we have been supporting that through HUD COC NOFO funds, grant funds, and COC emergency solution grant funds. Here's what we need: your continued support, as well as the support from the community partners. It is important and it is necessary. We thank you for what you do, but I have to say this: we must communicate openly. We must collaborate authentically. And we have to build solid relationships as we grow forward. We have, if you get any information from me, I'm going to have my sign off, which is a line from Drumline. We are one band, one sound. We have instruments, all playing different instruments, and if we don't bring this thing together collaboratively, we're just going to be making noise. And my appeal is that we create an harmonious sound for the benefit of individuals who are unhoused. We have no other option before us. Now, right, there you go. Now, okay, I'm hired. Before I answer questions, let me be honest with you. I've been on the job just a couple of months, and I love learning because the more there is to learn, the more opportunities there are for me to grow. And I'm going to tell you, when you ask these questions, if I don't know, I'm going to say, we're going to grow together. I'll find the answer, and we'll get back with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am, it's all right.
One band?
One band, one sound.
One sound. Questions?
That's wonderful. Great. I mean, you left the mic hot. All right. Councilmember, got a bunch of questions for you. So, have Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember McNair, and McMillan.
Yeah, we already got
Thank you, ma'am. Just something that's, stood out to me was the July numbers on how they almost doubled. Do you have any idea whether the government shutdown or the cancellation of the SNAP program helped to those numbers doubling?
I'll find out, sir. No, I don't know, to be honest. I have my opinion, and yes. But keep in mind, this is from 24, and of course, I feel like it would have had an impact. That's a report from 24. 25 is coming.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right. Councilmember McNair.
Okay, before I say amen, I do have one question. Great presentation, ma'am. I'm still emotional over here. How can other stakeholders, including local government and nonprofit organizations, better collaborate with your organization to enhance support for the unhoused population?
My onboarding experience showed me one glaring thing. Systems are in place, but everybody's doing their own thing. And there's got to be an opportunity for us to come together so that we can work as a collaborative unit, all right? Now, that's no criticism of any individual. I think it's just the reality. So for me, becoming a part of the COC membership so that we can roll up the sleeves and work together to try to define where we are, what we're doing, who's doing what, and how we can blend this together is my response to how we can make a difference in where we are right now.
One more question. What opportunities exist for volunteers or community members that become more involved in your outreach and support efforts?
Yeah. Couple of things, and I'm going to go ahead and plug in something right now. Our pit count for 2026 is happening January 22nd of this year. We need volunteers. And all they have to do is go to our website. They can contact me via email, however you want to do it. But we've got to do this pit count, and our volunteers are down for this year. It's a big job. So anybody that you can encourage to do that, it would be great. Now, in addition to that, same thing. If they want to volunteer, there is a link on our website that they can plug in and send in their application for information. I respond immediately, or at least I try to. And then if they want to become a member, we send them the membership application. Or if they just want to volunteer, we connect them with the appropriate people.
Amen.
My grandchildren have been trying to teach me how to be hip. So you know the latest is clock it. Brenda, clock it.
All right. Real versatile up here. All right, Councilmember McMillan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for this information. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Yay, good.
Yes, ma'am. I had two questions. One focuses on white flag operations and the gaps that we have, just as a county, as a city.
Yep.
With recognition that all those are county assets, those are city residents for the most part that need those white flag shelters.
Right.
I've been in conversation with Cornerstone and with Community Awareness Alliance, and there's concern that there's not relief anywhere soon enough. There's not anything to fill the gap between the beds that we have available now and the need. They are turning people away, which I understand hasn't happened in past years, but it's happening this winter. I'm wondering, just for the first question, where is the place where coordination, where cross-organization coordination can happen to address that immediate gap?
With the white flag?
With white flag shortages, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I know that, and I may ask one of the other people that has more experience with this, but let me just share with you, the white flag designation, whether or not they're going to have a white flag, doesn't come from us. It comes from the county, from the county. We have lost one provider that participated in that, not saying any names, and that provider is hopefully in the process of trying to re-enter that field. But we certainly have, and I see someone put up two. We have two that are coming up. So we're working, but more needs to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hear organizations that want to stand in the breach, that want to provide assets, particularly faith organizations. However, I'm seeing a gap in terms of there being collaborative space for those conversations to take place and for people to combine resources effectively.
A gap in people reaching out and being received?
I think maybe the gap is maybe the table needs to be set, and I'm not saying that's continuum of care, but I think a table needs to be set so that all organizations can pool resources in order to address that immediate need for this winter.
Yeah, at our last COC meeting, that was one of the things we kind of laid the groundwork for, to have to understand what each and everyone is doing and how can we pull that together. So we're setting the table, and I would love to invite you to dinner. It's going to be a full course meal. We need you. Okay.
I hear that. I hear that. That leads me to my next question,
All right,
which is something that requires a healthy appetite. I'm thinking about strategic direction, and I love to see the data. I love to see us going back years and have some hard numbers. What I'm really looking for and curious about is where a strategic direction comes in terms of attriting these numbers in the future. I would love to be able to see a chart that shows me 3 to 5 years in the future, and us saying that we don't have this issue, us bring those numbers down to zero. I'm wondering if you see any space, any ideas about when we can start to make projections based on the assets that we currently have, and then also start to make projections based on assets that are planned, such as the ones that the county just announced a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Two things to that. There are a lot of new people on board this year. And as they introduced earlier, Tawana Dawkins is the new program manager for COC. Debbie has been invaluable in helping us with all of the back work to come forward. And and I'm new too, as you know. But what I am seeing is an earnest attempt to try, and nothing beats a failure but an effort, all right? But a noble attempt or an effort to ensure that the data you're requesting is available and that it works. And we all know that the more data you have, the better your story can be told. And so that, as in my research background, that's one of the things that is forefront in my mind. We've got to get more data. But in order for our data to be accurate, we've got to make sure the systems are in place and that everybody's using the systems as they should. Does that make sense? And so that's a process of things that we're seeking to unpack and to improve as I speak. That's one of the things that's been very evident to me. Okay, and I'll just give one example. When they come through the coordinated intake process, the last step is that the organizations are supposed to report back to to coordinated intake, and that doesn't happen as efficiently as it should. And that's one of those gaps that we have to address.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. You give a great presentation. You got time to stick around for a couple more items? So before I go to Councilmember Ferguson and then the chair of the Homeless Committee, couple questions. So a couple years ago, the City Council brought on the Office of Community Safety. I see Mr. Jones back there. I told him don't get too far away.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear how, and I'm familiar with coordinated entry. I remember when we first brought this program online here, it was a HUD requirement, and the city gave $50,000 and the county gave $50,000 just for the management system. But we only funded it at that level. Now, remember, I think we both have since increased it so that you all could hire people like you or bring on.
I'm not hired.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. One message, one sound. So let's get back to the one sound. So that the staff could get the resources that the organization needs. Talk to me about that. Have our funding levels continued? I thought we increased it, and if with a little bit more funding, what services do you see that you could do that you currently are not doing?
Can I call on you? What's your name?
Ms. Brown?
No. Well, Ms. Brown or
OCS?
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones?
Alex. I'm trying to. You threw me off with that funding part of
I know, I'm
position,
sorry.
and I'm just like, wait a minute. Volunteer is what it is.
Work of the Lord.
Amen.
We are currently funding at the interlocal agreement level, and so that is $100,000 from the city and from the county. So
100 apiece?
100 apiece, yes, sir. And so part of that does go to pay for the HMIS service that the city and the county provides, that she has talked a lot about here today, as well as it did pay for Ms. Tawana Dawkins was the HMIS data analyst to go back to that data that we wanted to have, and so she's been promoted, but we pay for that position. So the remainder of that goes so that we have qualified data.
All right.
But the county has stepped up and took and reaffirmed their role as the lead agency. And the COC has also strategically used some of their COC funding to bring on those 6 people with our community partner for coordinated entry.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
and we do have, in my opinion, a very strong board.
Okay.
And I've just begun to work with them, but the little bit that I've found is that they're on target. So with that and some of the other work that needs to be done, I think we can grow forward.
And then we also, part of our ESG requirements, our emergency solution grant, is that we target that funding in connection with the COC to match their priorities in a community response. So our money that we get, I'll bet it's only $155,000 through ESG. We work with the COC and our lead agency, the county, to make sure we target and program that correctly in response to the need.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Mr. Jones. I'm coming.
And I have met with,
Yeah.
I have met with him,
All right.
so I'm excited about working with
Good.
him as
Yeah,
well.
we're excited too. So, Mr. Jones.
I call him my grandson.
All right, grandson. So, Mr. Jones,
Yes,
as she's talking about what they do, one of those gaps, over this weekend, I had to send a communication that was sent to me where I was traveling on one of the major corridors, and you had a individual that had full bed gear, sleep right on the sidewalk beside a major highway. Not safe, heartbreaking, all of that. When I asked whether the call should go to which department of the city, tell me about how when a situation like that comes up, the call goes to you. Do you have staff members that go out there? What's the next step, or how do you get them to their program?
Introduce myself, John Jones, Director for the Office of Community Safety, grandson, Dr. Harris, I guess. Thank you, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney for the time to be here today. So to your point, Mayor, I'll give you the example that we actually provided today to that individual. I will not be sharing details for the dignity of the individual, but I will say in that response, OCS went out. I have a staff member on my team, Deanna Braggs, who is with us today. I asked her specifically to come today, who met the individual at the scene and discussed some next steps. With that in mind, the first step, as we as an office, when we interact with the individual who's experiencing homelessness or is unhoused, we always point them in the direction of coordinated entry. That is how we recognize as an OCS there is a system in place. And when it comes to the roles of OCS regarding the response to these individuals, something that we want to ensure that we recognize as a gap was that immediate touch point and that assistance walking alongside them. If it is pointing them in direction to coordinated entry, if they're already familiar with coordinated entry and there's some other level of assistance that we can coordinate, that is the role of OCS. We recognize our role as that immediate touch point, while the Economic and Community Development Department oversees more of the policy making regarding the unhoused. So just want to clarify that. But that's where we respond to and then point in the right direction, walk alongside, follow up with case notes, meetings with other departments. There's been examples where we met with county departments to discuss some next steps to ensure that follow through is occurring, not just a, hey, slide over here, more of what can we do today to help you.
Okay, so good. Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you for
sir.
that. And
we did respond to that, and there's more updates that I will share with Dr. Hewitt and the city attorney as well with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Madam Chair, Councilmember McNair. And Councilman McNair, before you do that, because you spoke one time, let me get Councilmember Ferguson, who hadn't had his first round.
I'm clear as throat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me say thank you for this presentation. And I totally agree with the collaboration effort that you related to earlier, because I know some time ago we had that with the feeding in the community. And what we realized is a lot of churches and a lot of organizations were going to the same locations because nobody knew what location. So we formulated a hub through Parks Chapel at the time. And so that we could look at those things and say, hey, okay, well, we need to be more distributive across the community. So thank you for that. But what I wanted to ask is kind of a piggyback off of Councilmember McMillan, and it relates to the white flags locations. And you had, I know that is a county piece, but what I was thinking, because no person should have to be turned around, period. And if we're seeing that right now, I know there are things in place that are going to be coming up. But my question is, I've talked to a lot of leaders of faith-based organizations across the county, and they're willing to support and be a part of it, but they want to be a white flag location. What are the, do you know the procedures of being a white flag location? What the time frame of what it takes, and who can be one?
Yeah, yes, sir. I would suggest that anyone who's interested in serving as a white flag location, this could be something that they could reach out to ECD, who would reach out to Development Services about the zoning restrictions and requirements to do overnight sheltering. And between the two of those touch points, we'd be able to get back to them.
Okay.
And I do know that there are some basic criteria. I mean, you can't just say, I'm going to be a shelter, and you don't know, you have any of the protections or whatever in place. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Councilmember McNair.
Before I make a motion to receive this report, I just need one more question answered. What does it mean to become a part of the membership?
Okay.
Can you explain that in detail?
Yeah. So we meet every second Wednesday, and we look at where we are. Of course, there are always reports that have to be made, but what we're doing now is determining, like, where are we, what can we do about it. I'm trying to develop what I call solution seekers. Everybody can tell you what's wrong, but can you roll up your sleeves and get something done?
No, we're going to steal that word.
I got it.
So so being a part of the membership means your attendance must be consistent. To become an actual member, it starts with an application, then you have to attend, after your application is approved, you have to attend 2 or 3 board meetings to, member meetings in order to become a member. Once you become a member, you have voting power. You have a stronger voice with regard to what happens, okay? And I tell people all of the time, if you are a yes person, I do not want you on the team. I need you to push back. I need for us to get answers, so let's put our heads together, and it's okay as long as we're communicating openly, all right? So that's pretty much it. That's my criteria is, don't yes me, just talk with me. Let's get to a better place. Okay?
I like you.
You do? Well, thank you.
I like you. All right, I think, so with that, we'll entertain a motion, Madam Chair.
Before you do the motion, can I say this? If you want to remember the 3 things I'm going with, when I stepped into this, there were so many acronyms I was going, oh, I said, well, I'm going to create my own acronym. And so it's CCR, communication, collaboration, relationships.
I like
All right,
it.
now.
All right.
We need to go over that
What's my
development
name?
and get her out of there.
Deborah Harris.
Some respect on that now. All right. Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Ms. Harris.
Ms. Harris.
Can't forget
Thank
that.
you, girl. That was wonderful. I'd like to make a motion to receive the presentation from the Fayetteville, Cumberland County Continuum of Care on the annual point in time count.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember McNair to receive the report, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Had great discussion. Any further discussion? If not, Council, I'll look to you for your votes for this. All right, unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Thank you very much. All of those votes were, I will be a part?
So they were yes, so we won't be invited to your group, I guess.
Does that mean everybody's going to work with you?
Everybody's going to work.
Okay, I'll come talk to you.
We're looking you up already.
All right. That was good. That was good. Thank you to all Continuum of Care for what you're doing. All right.
Community development.
Council will move to the next item, 6.04, is the update regarding the completed study from the Black Voices Museum. Let's see, Robo and team.
Good afternoon, council, staff. Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to have Mike up here, and Bill Cassell's in the, normally we can get Bill up front without a problem there, but I think it's important to have these 2 gentlemen here and closest at hand because in 2024, we floated a mildly radical but heartfelt needed idea for what we now affectionately call the Black Voices Museum. You in Cumberland County supported the work required to put form and financials to this audacious concept regarding how a historic southern city can be a national leader regarding how communities can discuss and address historic inequities in race, justice, and economic opportunity. With the twofold goal of documenting, preserving, and celebrating Black history while inspiring the next generation of leaders through arts, actions, and advocacy. Today, we're excited to present the culmination of 18 months of work. We are grateful for your time and look forward to hearing your thoughts and discussing how we can move forward. To be fair, before I turn the microphone over to the experts there, I'd be remiss if I didn't give Michael Gibson a chance to add to my comments or correct them as may be needed. On there, Michael, did I?
No, sir.
Okay,
Great.
all right, thank you so much. And I guess at this point, and Bill Cassell, who is here and will be happy to answer questions later, along with Rachel Fleming. Bill represents the Fleischman Family Foundation and the property owners, and honestly, was through talking about how a community can start to work towards a better future around these issues was the one that he and I just came up with one day, and it just kind of evolved from there as we added more and more people to the conversation. So with this, I'll turn it over to Dr. Dov Evans, where did he go? There he is. You're all the way behind me. And provide a brief presentation regarding our progress today. And online, we have Reggie Truxton and Roger Smith with Ginsler. So, Dr. Dov.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Robo. I am Dr. Dov Evans. I am the community outreach consultant with the Black Voices Museum. So, looking forward to kind of talking a little bit about what we had an opportunity to do recently. First, I'll be covering the outreach portion of our project, and then a little bit later, I'll have Ginsler talk a little bit more about the financial aspect as well as the architectural aspect as well. So first, here's the outreach at a glance. When we set out to engage the community, we wanted to answer these three questions at least. So we wanted to answer, what are the stories that will be important to host in the Black Voices Museum space? What are the possibilities for this museum? And then lastly, what does it mean to empower Black voices? So our outreach overview at a glance consisted of these elements here. Number one, we had a series of interviews where we engage members of the Fayetteville community one-on-one basis. We also had a series of 3 vision workshops. I'll expound on those a lot more in just a bit, where we had 47 participants. We also had 703 site visits to our project website where individuals can get more information about our project. We also, as a team, attended 3 pop-up events here locally in Fayetteville where we were able to talk a little bit more about our project and share what the purpose of the Black Voices Museum was all about. And then lastly, we had a community survey where we had 51 respondents. The survey was open through March 31st on our website. And we also showed up at pop-up events and handed out the survey individually as well in person. So of course, while we were in one of our vision workshops, we had to answer the question, why Fayetteville? And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out we actually have a couple members of our board back there. If they want to wave and say hello. And then we also have several other individuals who participated in our vision workshops, so they can attest to some of the things that we talked about in there. Along with answering those 3 questions I showed you earlier, we talked about the historical, cultural, and geographic significance of why a project like the Black Voices Museum should be here in Fayetteville specifically. So there's a myriad of topics, themes that we came up with that you can see here. I'll just point out a couple, one of them being the HBCU presence. So Fayetteville State University, I'm assuming there's probably at least a couple of them in the house, probably. Yes, there you go. I knew it. There we go. So you understand the significance not of that university, not just here in the state only, but also across the country, how it continues to be a leader with other HBCUs, and having a project like this in proximity to such a prominent university, HBCU, I think its significance kind of speaks volumes of what that can do, especially as we highlight some of the importance that university has done in the community and in the state in a project such as this. And then also another significant factor that Fayetteville offers that no other city here in the state offers is its proximity to Fort Bragg. So telling some of the significant stories from the Triple Nickels all the way to the Mumford Marines and everything in between, I think speaks volumes, again, of the significance of having a project like this here in Fayetteville. So one of the things we definitely talked about was, again, Fayetteville Reimagined. What does it look like to continue the conversation and kind of reconcile a community's idea with race relations and equity, and having a project like this that brings individuals together, have open and honest conversations, and help reimagine what a community could look like. A project like this can do something along those lines. This is essentially what we did in our workshops anyway, which is a microcosm of what we can do with a project like the Black Voices Museum project. So again, even kind of reimagining what the Market House can mean, what it means in this city as we continue to highlight different landmarks in Fayetteville, having a project in proximity to the Market House, to significant Black businesses in downtown and things of that nature, I think can really continue to put this already great city on the map and really highlight its significance and tell some of the stories that are not only relevant in this city, but also relevant across the state as well. So One of the main things that we did in each one of our vision workshops is we were able to highlight certain key takeaways that we got from all of our wonderful conversations, all the way from the power of storytelling, so the wonderful stories that we heard in our workshops, all the way to the priority of youth and what they understand, Fayetteville to be, and again, helping reimagine where it can go in the future, right? So again, these are just a few of the takeaways. I don't want to go over every single one, but just know that our vision workshops were powerful, they were deep, and hopefully a project like this can really help further the conversations that we already started in those workshops. So at this time, I'm going to phone a friend, and hopefully my buddies are online to take it from here.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes. Yes. My name is Roger Smith. I'm a principal and design director at Gensler, and so pleased to be on the team. Much of what was just discussed was really the input of the community, which was so essential to understanding the potential for this project. And a vision was created to basically honor and preserve Fayetteville's Black community's rich history and culture. It was a dynamic center that was important to creating a new cultural hub. There are a number of pillars that were developed as a part of understanding the outreach and the vision. The next slide speaks to each of those four. The first was focused on arts and culture, essentially creating a space for creative expression and celebrating history and culture. The second one was creating an empowerment hub that really fosters economic opportunity and business development. The next, Centers for Social Equity, which is really a research-driven advocacy center advocating equity. And then finally, creating a haven for healing, spaces for reflection and healing and conversation. As a part of the process, we also looked at a number of precedents across the state and beyond. The Equal Justice Initiative Legacy Museum in Montgomery, the Newark Community Museum of Social Justice in Newark, the National Museum of African American History and Culture in DC, important institution, Harvey Begant Center for African American Arts and Culture, the International African American Museum, the Reginald Lewis Museum in Baltimore, the Impact Hub in Baltimore. And all of these projects were essential in kind of giving us a picture of the potential for this project. This image shows the site itself in the center of downtown, clearly a cultural hub in and of itself. This project then becomes a place to really center that and really become a cultural institution that enlivens the downtown area. Here are a series of images that basically show the elevation of the building. But one of the things that we were inspired by was a poem written as a hymn by James Weldon Johnson in 1900, Lift Every Voice and Sing. And we asked the question, what if we could create a space where the voices and contributions of African Americans of every walk of life could be elevated and lifted and a part of this museum experience? We studied a number of different concept massings on the site that you can see here. The next slide shows another view from Otis Jones. And again, a series of studies that looked at that, plus a combination of program spaces that created exhibitions, Center for Social Justice, theaters, and other spaces to support this incredible vision for this institution. This is a section cut through the building, through the museum entrance along Persons. A stair that's skylit that lifts you up to each of the levels of galleries toward Otis Jones. The next slide gives you an image, an aerial view from looking above Person. And you can kind of see that sort of stepped terrace series of elements and galleries, which represent the exhibition spaces and the institutions that are housed in the space itself. The next slide just shows a close-up there with outdoor space. This is a view from Person where you can begin to see, how the building is viewed. The scale is reduced along this. And the glass screen that you see in front of you there's a metal screen with the words of Lift Every Voice and Sing repeated for all to see. This is a view from above the courthouse. You can see here how from Otis Jones, it could be really transformed into a place for cultural events and activities to bring the entire community together. A really important new epicenter for culture and activity and growth for the community. Here's a view from the interior as you enter from Person into the space, the monumental stair that takes you up to each level of the ever-lifting, uplifted galleries that skylit above. And then finally, from Audis Jones, the Center for Social Justice and Equity, you can see here how, again, that new event space, this new series of institutions could energize the community, bring the community together, and create a new harmony within the community. Our hope really is that these new centers, combined with the museum itself, can lift every voice and become an important new institution that celebrates history, culture, and storytelling, and provides a place for opportunity, healing, and provide a place for the entire community to gather. And now I'll pass it along to Reggie.
Thanks, Roger. And I'm glad to hear from everybody and be with everyone here. My name is Reggie Truxton. I'm a senior associate and architect with Gensler. And the last portion that we'll look at quickly is the planning, which is the financial and institutional planning. And so looking at this slide here, what it is really showing is that we're very early in this process. We are really just trying to come up with a strategic plan, the community engagements, know what the needs are, but we have a long ways to go as far as with the facility planning, operational planning, as well as some of what is the most exciting part is some of the opening and the normal operations and daily operations. And all of this is made through when we think about the structure of everyone who's necessary and who's needed. We have the board of directors, the academic council, the community advisory board, and the executive director, all to create input to set up the operations, the marketing, the resources, the financial structure to make this building come to life. On the next slide, we also know that centered in the institutional planning is the visitor experience. So we need to make sure that the exhibits, the museum mission, and the audience are extremely engaging and immersive, transformative, and like none other, so it can be the draw for the Fayetteville region in Cumberland County. And so what we saw earlier with what Roger was showing as far as the building is an example of a building that could fit on the current site, because we know that what we need to know is what is financially feasible for right now and what we think could be made. And without it, we need to draw upon an example or something that is designed so that we can come to numbers that make this real. And so that building that you saw there was around 83,000 square feet. And so when you look at the 83,000 square feet, it puts us the project cost to be between 175 to 215 million, with a startup cost of 10.2 million. And this is assumed construction start in 2029 and completion in 2031. So these costs also include some modest escalation and assumes some of those interesting construction numbers. And so while it seems like a lot, it's probably right within range and within reason. And then when we think about, okay, here's the cost of the building, here's the projected attendance and earned income and operating costs that will work towards this. So we think that it would have about 150,000 visitors annually, but also because this is a multi-purpose museum that has event spaces, that we can account for about 250 to 350 people for some community events like business rentals, community events, retreats, and things of that sort, with about 100 events annually, which is about an additional 24,000 visitors. So with that, we're looking at about 174,000 of on-site attendance. If we go to the next slide. And with that 174,000, we think that's about an earned income of about $2.2 million. And so when we put that 2.2 million with the operating cost, which represent, like keeping the lights on and the personnel, it's about 3.649 million.
And so when you have that, the operating cost eclipsing the earned income, it also looks for an annual fundraising and grant support to be required of about 1.43 million or 1.45 million. And what we've learned through some of our research is that that's actually a pretty normal and comparative operating expenses margin nationally. And so the other impacts that we can think about with the economic study is during the construction period, there will be a total of about 1,000, a little over 1,000 jobs that will happen, as well as the 251.9 million that will be invested into the building through the labor as well. And with the operating cost at 28.5 million, we think that this is going to have some significant economic impact thereafter. And so some other project benefits that we're looking at is, think about in downtown Fayetteville having the increased foot traffic, the catalyst to have new business development, as well as the increased property values that we hope to see. And but last and finally, we think this would be a hub for the community to encourage strong social interaction and really supporting the needs of the local community organizations. And so that concludes our study and everything that we looked at here with the Black Voices Museum in a very concept phase.
All right, thank you. We do. Oh, Robo, you had something? No. All right, we did have a couple of council member questions. I have Councilmember Davis here, and I have a question. Ann Jones.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for this presentation. This is my second time seeing this, I do believe. So I believe one of my questions is there any efforts to get any private investors to help fund this?
That's one of my questions. Absolutely. We believe, now, we were charged with developing a concept that hopefully would meet with your approval and support. And anyone here can speak more about that. There are already conversations going underway with private foundations. And the next step, should we wish to go forward, is we'll be asking for some additional support to achieve fundraising goals. It is not expected, I don't think it's reasonable to expect the city, the county together would cover the cost of this. But we needed a concept that, one, resonated as authentic and real with the community, two, met with the conceptual support of the city and the county, because it won't be possible without you. And then we can take that, because if we were to go out, and Bill's done a lot of this already, to say, we want you to support this idea, they say, well, what am I supporting? So we needed to develop this, and that was your investment here, was to give us the package to, assuming we want to go forward, raise those funds and get those hard commitments to develop the center.
Thank you. So I guess my other statement or question would be, so when you're looking at the private investors, who are scanning, because oftentimes when you get private investors or people who have interest in wanting to do stuff, they may want certain things done inside of the facility, and it may take away from the true history of the facility. So who is scanning the process and making sure that we are still maintaining the integrity of the Black Museum, but still having private investors?
That's a great question, because the idea of how this will move forward is incredibly important. We've spent a lot of time focusing on it. So let me just kind of step back and tell you how we're building structurally towards answering that question and ensuring that there is integrity going forward. Is that what your question is? Yeah. So Jerry Hancock is here. He's been representing us as our attorney. We filed for a 501c3 nonprofit status, and in fact, a couple of weeks ago, it was granted. So we will, that is the board, that's the founding board, and they will be in charge with ensuring that the next steps will be with the kind of integrity you're looking for. Dr. Crystal Edmonds is our founding chair of the board, and John Smith, Brenda Gordon, Isabella Effon, who is not here, and myself are the originating board that will take the steps forward. The critical components of what need to happen with the next steps are to further develop the concepts of what will be of the history, and what will be, and what is the scope and scale of the history. Perhaps it could grow to the history of North Carolina's Black citizens. Right. B, We need an Institute for Public Policy to address ongoing issues of justice and equity, and this should be a premier arts and culture venue, and we need to address opportunity in the future through the future of work. And those are the basic ideas. Those are just the basic ideas.
And I think to answer your question specifically on avoiding mission creep, that is where we do need your engagement, your participation, the local voice being part of that. And to be frank, we have a lot of folks that have expressed conceptual, very strong interest, passionate support for this. Now we have to go convert it into hard commitments. But I don't think we've yet spoken to anyone who says, unless it's like this,
Gotcha.
we won't be supportive of it. And I don't think any of us would be comfortable with someone who came in and said it had to be our way,
Yeah.
or we're not going to be supportive of it. We believe that this idea resonates truthfully with enough folks who get what we're trying to do to get to the goals we need.
Thank you, sir.
And to give one just example of a conversation, it's the only foundation I've actually asked for money from, which it would fund a project manager. It's coming before their board in February. It's the Borough's Welcome Fund, but it's based on the broader concept and the idea that we need an enduring project, and it needs to be audacious, and it needs to make a bold statement, and it needs to address the past and the history, but it also needs to address the today and what is happening in our society today, and also what's in the future as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'd love to allow Dr. Edmonds to say a word as our founding chair.
Yeah, just becoming the founding chair. Thank you for putting me there. This is an extremely important project, and one that I believe that Cumberland County should endeavor to support. For our city council, from our county commissioners, I am the daughter of a sharecropper, granddaughter of a sharecropper. Didn't know that. Didn't know that for a very, very long time. And those stories need to be told. What happens within our family oftentimes stays within our family. Right. Those stories need to be told. Our youth need to know what is happening. We need to remember so that our future can be even brighter. So to me, this is extremely important that we support this as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. So before I go to Councilmember Hare,
Yes, sir.
and then Jones, McMillan, and I think that'll do it. This is like deja vu. I was here in 2015, 2016 when the folks from the Civil War History Center came in to ask us for this. And the city at that time in 2016, after a lot of long drawn conversation, they were saying the same significance about you need to tell the story. You need to know your history. Same argument was made about the Market House. You need to tell the story. You need to know your history. $7.5 million was committed from the city in 2016, which is equivalent to $10.1 million today with inflation. The county, $7.5 million, equivalent to $10.1 million with inflation. And the state of North Carolina gave $65 million in 2016, equivalent to $87.7 million today. And so there's a precedence here. If we're going to talk history when it's time to restore the Market House, and we're going to talk history when it's time to do the Civil War History Center, I think we can't talk about some things and not others. But just to give you those figures that even though these are some astronomical numbers, but it's a good project. And I think that as you get into it, I think what you're saying is that you gave us your best guess estimates as of today if everything stayed the way you showed it. But as you go down this track of raising funds, because that was a 10-year track that involved us with the other museum that's just now really getting to a point of where dirt's moving, that this is a step one. So council, as we look at this, and as it's time for them to request the city to do some of those other commitments from 2015 and 2016, that this would be an excellent time to make sure that we're consistent with our history telling in this community. That we can't tell one side of the story and leave out another side. So I just want to give it. All right. So I go to Councilmember McMillan and then Jones.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, Councilmember Hare, McMillan, Jones.
Mayor.
Yeah, and I have to.
Oh, okay. All right, good. And last thing I wanted to say, to Councilmember Davis's point, is there an opportunity for a private developer to maybe infuse some money in here for something that the private sector would benefit from, hotel, i.e., or some other private development in and around this, if there was a downtown TIF or a downtown incentive package? That may be a robo question.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be packaged with other larger projects. This is meant to be integrated across our downtown and across our city, connecting to historic assets, whether it's the E. Smith House, back to FSU, the Orange Street School, and other opportunities to display and integrate this conversation. But I think the next step for us would be, this was our study today, our presentation, is we would love to come back with you, the city's leadership and the county's leadership, and discuss those next steps. Those benchmarks and the resource it would take to get there would be what we'd hope for after making this presentation today.
Right. Councilmember here.
Thank you, Mayor. With all of the oppressors that we have across our nation today, doing all that they can to squash, kill the voice, the history, the culture of Black America, I am very much in support, as I have been from the very beginning of this project. How we get there, of course, is a big talking point. It's too often, even almost every day, I hear about what you can't teach in school. Don't have this book or this magazine of Black history, and it's a time to put our heads down. You hear it every day, just like I do. So I'm very much in support how we can make this work. I've been to a couple of meetings. I think one of the last ones I was at was over at the Taste of Africa, and one of the items that came up was, if we get to that point, and how to get and receive that history, and going out into the communities and trying to receive some of that from some of our older brothers and sisters and stakeholders that have walked before us to tell us, and we need to go ahead and do this, while they are still alive. If not, at least just going and dictating it down. So I do support that. One thing I would like to understand in your study, you say that, I don't know if you said annually, and correct me, anywhere from 250 to 350 visitors per se to come to support the project. That's a great number. It sounds good. Tell me how you get there. How do you get there in a projection to project that you're going to get 250 to 350, if that was the number, to come to a particular project? And I say that because whenever I was a part of the Airborne Museum coming to the city of Fayetteville, they made their same type of projections. And so please give me a response on how something like that happens. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Reggie, are you still with us?
I'm still with you, and thank you for bringing up that slide. The projections are actually based off of the source, this 2025 Kentley Insight Market Research Report, based on museums. And the number was actually 150 museum attendance yearly, as well as 24,000 for events. So if there was, let's call it 250 person events, so 250 person events. So that's where we were coming up with the number, and that's based off of that analytics data from our Gensler Analytics team.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Jones and McMillan.
Thank you so much. I'll make this quick. Thank you, first of all, Mr. Mayor, for bringing that up earlier. I remember in 2022, we had some conversations around that. So to share that, we do have a complete story to tell. So thank you so much for that. My quick question, it was projected at 83,000 square feet. Do you, what percentage or what number of that would be the event space? And that's kind of tagging off Councilman Hare's question as far as bringing those individuals down there to utilize that space?
The theater would be 9% of the building in this current model, which 10% would be roughly 8,000 square feet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And to the mayor's,
As well as, so there's a theater, there's also that events education hub, that's 7,100, that's 12.9% of the building. There's some of the pre-function spaces that you can have and things of that sort. So it's a generous amount of spaces that could be utilized for events.
I'm sure that we've all attended events at the North Carolina History Museum or the Natural Museum, a Science Museum, where reception space and theater space flow into the exhibits themselves, and so you've got some flexibility there. And I think this is also to the mayor's question earlier, where we have an opportunity to, as we look at a strategic plan to develop and add on to the amenities in our downtown, it is possible to have interlinkages between assets where they complement and enhance each other. So there may be larger event spaces that could then leverage the exhibits and offset some of those costs and opportunities.
Thank you. And then lastly, I attended one of your sessions earlier last year, and one of the things that you mentioned was the youth program, and I just ask you continue to keep that on the forefront of your mind, because that could be extremely, extremely beneficial here and how that's laid out. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Councilmember McMillan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, thank you for this work. I have just feedback. If this is going to be done, please do it right. And I have confidence, seeing my sister Crystal up there at the helm, that this is going to be done right. I want to give feedback that there's a lot of history here locally, and I hope there's a plan to capture and to present as part of this project. Thinking back to the history of Black and Indigenous resistance, the Lowry brothers, who I didn't even know about till about six years ago, down in Lumberton, down in Robeson County. Lewis Sheridan, one of the participants at Harper's Ferry, is actually from Fayetteville, and that's a little known fact. Archie Beebe, we need to tell the history of terror here, the terror that was rained on black bodies here in Fayetteville. And we'll be just a block away from Archie Beebe and the site that you're proposing, where he was lynched. And I hope that's captured and presented to the community. Also, the story of resistance that's told through desegregation of Fayetteville in 1963. Dr. McLeod and FSU students, a full year before the Civil Rights Act of 1964, through courage and resistance. Please tell the history of hundreds of people outside of this building in 2020, as Bishop Thompson, Reverend Stackhouse, and Pastor Bryce came in and demanded that we do something to honor black lives in a moment when this whole country was saying that. Please tell that I was one of the hundreds of people that was outside of City Hall as they made those historic speeches, and the demand that I think is part of what led to your work. And then also, please, one of the most impressive things about the EJI down in Alabama is how Brian Stevenson and crew have made the connection between slavery and past oppression and this ongoing fight for equal justice in this country and this city. Please tell the stories of Jada Johnson, of Jason Walker, of Joshua Oxendine. Please make it clear that we need to continue to fight to move forward. Please do that. Please use this space in a way that not only honors the past, but also gives real talk about what we still need to do here in this city. And thank you again.
Thank you, Councilman McMillan. All right, Council, seeing no other questions. Robo, this is probably a question for you. Can you go to the theater and event space piece? Let's see. So you said it's about, 8,000 square feet?
Give or take.
So has there been any conversation with the county as they have pivoted in their project that was going to have theater and event space about maybe contributing to partner with to accomplish part of what they were going to do and part of what you want to do to maybe make it a bigger, particularly since you're across the street from where you are?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity around that. We start our work at a point in time. You'll see we actually had some massing for the building we thought at the time would be in play. That's evolved. That's going to change. I think there's a lot of opportunity around that. But most importantly, what we needed was to set an anchor point in programming, policy, and financial modeling, so we can go out and start to raise funds around it. But I think anywhere we can go from here to be larger, to be better, to be more effective in telling those stories and inspiring that next generation of change agent, we want to do it. I just think that's a conversation we can have as we go forward, with this being the anchor for that starting point.
All right, so what's the specific ask today?
The ask would be, if this is acceptable and something you, by consensus, want to support, that we set a meeting with leadership between the city and the county to look at what it takes from a
To get to the
resource
next
perspective
step.
to meet the next funder and set those fundraising goals for us to push forward.
All right, Councilman Davis.
Yeah, I think you asked.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mahondros, after you. After you, Councilman Davis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I remember last time I was in a meeting about this it was some of the county representatives and city council representatives. There was a dollar figure that was discussed. Is that not on the table now that you guys were asking for?
To get to the next plan.
Yeah, we've had some general discussions, and we have a plan to propose.
Okay.
I think we felt it was very important to get this information in front of both boards. We presented to the county and the city, and to have that conversation at the same time. We don't want to be in a situation where we're making
Understood.
conversations with one or agreements with the other and putting y'all on the other side of it. Let's get together around this. It's going to take all of us to get it there.
Thank you. Yes,
we did to get to this point.
You funded half of this, absolutely.
For
$450,000.
50,000 to get to this point, a plan, a budget. All right,
Thank you, Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Mahondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think earlier, if I heard correctly, one of my questions was answered. The group is 501c3, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
So the location on Person Street and Otis Jones Parkway, the group or the entity owns the site or has a land lease or?
The entity owns the site currently, but I'm actually personally the trustee of a large section of that land.
Okay.
It was the homestead of the Fleischman family, of which Joel Fleischman was the main relationship that I had. He was my mentor, and I worked with him for years on some of his assets in Fayetteville. The Waitman family is also a part of the fee simple ownership. But yes, there is an entity surrounding that.
So the nonprofit that will own the museum will own the land?
It's more complicated than that. We'll give you more details later. We're still in process of working through that issue.
I think, to be
What do you
honest, how the final structure settles will be based on, for example, if the state were to play a role, how does that look? The city, the county, foundations. I think as we get to say it's going to be a definitive who's going to own what at this time takes a little more, but it'll all be governed under the nonprofit on the operation side.
And the goal is to keep the entity and the ownership structure as nimble as possible to fit whatever financing structure makes the most sense for the project.
Okay, I guess, thank you for that. Was just curious, who was owning what, who's funding what, in perpetuity? I mean, based on the presentation, it's obviously a grandiose project. It's a gem. I was just curious how we went through the site selection process. There's a lot of sites in Fayetteville, potential sites, and I was just curious how we settled on this one. Catalyst One site, for example, where we're trying to tie downtown Fayetteville to the university and the Murchison Road corridor. That corner, I could envision something as grand as this being an anchor and a monument in that intersection. Not saying that it's not great in this location, it just looks a little tight and packed. I was just curious how the site selection process worked, and if that's the most viable site. On page 51, if you would, I had a question. It was an organizational structure, but there's a couple bullet points there, and the one bullet point references the chief of staff supporting the PLT. What does the PLT stand for? What's that acronym stand for?
Project Leadership Team.
Project Leadership. Thank you. Trying to catch up with all the acronyms. And then there was a question earlier by one of my colleagues about what the ask is today. because in our CAM, it just says this was for informational purposes only. And then on page, slide 63, I believe, it talks about a future meeting. So, which I, yeah, so in
I
August, I
apologize
guess
through-
we're meeting again?
I'm sorry, with the holidays on top of us, that is actually a different version of the presentation that we just showed, which contains the animations. So there may be a slight difference. If you can tell me what that says, or someone can show me, I don't want to be off about that here. I don't.
So
believe I have it.
upcoming meetings, it talks about August 28th. Then there's a, for elected officials. Then
That
there's
is my,
general-
whoops. I attached an older version of the presentation to the packet. I apologize.
No worries. So I'm just curious, like I said, the
You are one of those meetings, I'm sure. So this is
In our-
one of them that was planned.
in our CAM, it just has budget impact, none at this time, options for presentation only. And then we're talking about future meetings. So I'm just trying to get a grasp on what the ask is and when the future meeting is going to be.
That the ask was, as I shared for the mayor a little while ago, was that we get, if this is an agreeable concept, there's consensus you wish to support, to get leadership from the city and the county together to lay out a plan on what it would cost from a resource standpoint to get to the next benchmarks of fundraising to make the project feasible.
Thank you so much.
All right. Sounds good, Council. Just entertain a motion to receive the report. Councilman Davis, this is your district.
Move to accept the report.
All right, motion by Councilman Davis, seconded by Councilman Hare. Discussion. All right, Council, I look to you for your votes. All right, and Council, with that, Mr. Van Gens, I guess you will set or get with us about the proposed meeting for the city and counties.
Yes.
Boards. Okay, all right, thank y'all. Good to see you again. Good work. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, before we go on to the next item,
You need a break.
we have our computers working a little bit more properly, maybe Monday, because I've been basically looking at black screen. I done cut my computer off about 4 or 5 times, and I haven't haven't been able to get
Me
it
too.
either on
Yeah.
either through the city website or whatever.
Yeah, it's been a little challenging. So I don't know if they'll have that fixed by the next item.
No, well, I was saying hopefully by Monday.
Oh, yeah. All
I
right.
haven't been able to follow well.
Got you. I understand. All right, 6.05, Council, and then we'll try to push through this one. And then before we get to the last 2 items, if it pleases, or 3 items, we will look to take a few minute break for leg stretching and other things. How you, sir? It should be brief. Can we just talk to y'all about this? How you doing? We're almost finishing these parks and breaks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. City Council, appreciate it, Mr. Manager, City Attorney. My name is Dan Lamontagne. I am a professional engineer and a senior project manager with Freese & Nichols Incorporated. Currently serving as basically the director of the construction management division for the city. I have to say I'm a former county manager for Chatham County.
Okay.
Been a long-time local government employee until about a year ago when I retired from that job. So I want to say thank you for the service you give to your constituents here in Fayetteville and the businesses here. I know it's a tough job. I've worked with many of elected boards in my past, so I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to thank the manager for the work he does as well, too. That is a tough job. Freese & Nichols was contracted to evaluate the capital construction program and recommend some changes and best practices. Some of those practices have been implemented already. To mention a few of those, development of project charters to make sure that all the stakeholders are on board with the projects before they begin. The use of alternative delivery methods such as construction manager at risk, and I know this council has been involved in some of those decisions, and that's a great move. And the use of third-party owners advisors to help supplement the project managers and advocate for the city on projects. Excuse me. I know the agenda item is for the bond projects for Parks and Recreation and Public Safety, but it's also, we're including some of the CIP projects that the construction management is working on now. So I just wanted to make sure, those are included in this, but it's not solely the bond projects. Oh, I guess I need to open up the presentation first. Gotcha. That's not that one. It's not open, Jennifer. I don't believe it's open. Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, there. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your patience. So dig right into this. I know I'm between you guys and finishing up. We have a total of 20 projects. 7 of them are in the design phase. 1 of them is in the bid phase. 2 of the projects are in the construction phase, and with 7 of them that are in procurement phase, which means they're just at the initiation of the project, getting moving. You'll note down at the bottom, we have 2 projects that are on hold, Hay Street Parking Deck and Fire Station number 4, and I know Council is very intimately aware of those 2 projects. And 1 project that we consider as a study, that's the Airport Master Plan. So moving right on into them, I'm going to give you the current status and then the schedule for these. So the first project is the 911 Public Safety Answering Point, the PSAP. Current status, site location options are under review by the stakeholder team, hoping to come before council soon with a recommendation for a site. And coordination with the county we know is ongoing. The schedule really is dependent on site selection and the consolidation decision that I know this council is working on with the county board. Fire station number 16. The architect is progressing towards 60% design plans. The firm Bar & Bar was selected as a construction manager at risk, and working well with them and working with the owner's advisor to come to a guaranteed maximum price, which is abbreviated by GMP if you see that in the future. And that's anticipated in March of 2026. And working with the architect, Bar & Bar, and Cumming Group to come up with a good schedule and get constructible design. Fire Station 9, that status, the land purchase is complete. Construction Management Division is negotiating with the design architect, Davis Kane, on the scope and fee right now. The CMAR RFQ, that's Construction Manager at Risk Request for Qualifications, is posted and will close in later this month. And the coordination with our owner's advisor, MBP, is ongoing right now with them working with Davis Kane. And the schedule is dependent on the architect contract execution. They will identify the fee, scope, schedule during those negotiations. Cape Fear River Park, we received 95% plans right before Christmas, literally right before Christmas. The schedule, the permitting is anticipated to be complete this month, by the end of the month. We work on the invitation to bid in February, and then the project anticipated completion is in August of 26, so by the end of the summer. Martin Luther King Jr. Park, current status, we know it's in 95% design, is complete. This is in working with the designer with the MLK committee. We understand their permitting is in progress, and we're coordinating with them, and I believe there was a meeting scheduled, trying to get scheduled very soon with the Martin Luther King committee and this council. The schedule, of course, is contingent upon the submission of the design to the city from the MLK committee. So the agreement was that they would prepare all the designs and permitting and submit that to the city for acceptance. Veterans Park 2, 100% design plans are due to us this month. The permitting is in progress, and the invitation to bid is anticipated next month. And that is, of course, pending the permitting approvals, but we expect that to move forward. Blue Street Senior Center upfit. The current status of that is the architect has prepared some preliminary designs. We do have some comments on that and some work we need to do on his preliminary design. And then we will finalize that design late this month is the plan. Prepare the invitation to bid in February and have it out in March. MacArthur Road Sports Complex, the invitation to bid was posted in December. The bids are due back in February. and the construction completion is anticipated March, April of 2027. We'll say we had a mandatory pre-bid for this. It had great turnout. We had probably 15 general contractors there. Room was full. We met in Lafayette and it was standing room only, which was really great news. We're really encouraged by that. A lot of people interested in working for Fayetteville. Market house repurposing, you guys are well aware of a lot of this going on. The lighting work's complete. The kiosks are being ordered. The road work, invitation to bid is going out in the next week or so. The schedule, that construction of the road work particularly is anticipated to be complete in December 26. Courts at Glenville Lake. Building construction is near completion. The exhibition court is getting final grading. The paving is supposed to begin in January, actually this week. We have had some issues with rain lately. It rained on Saturday. We're waiting for that to dry out, hoping to get the paver out this week while the weather's good. And it's supposed to rain again next Saturday. So we're trying to get in between the rains to get some paving complete. We do expect this project to be complete the end of this month. We're so very close after so very long. And then this is a list of the projects in procurement phase. I know you can't see them very well on the screen, but I'll kind of go through these real quickly. This is the Fire Station 2. We're selecting an architect from an on-call solicitation that we have done that's going to be a feasibility study to look at the renovation versus rebuild options. And then we will be selecting that architect in the next steps here very soon. Fast Center build-out. The RFQ responses were received. We held a selection, and we're going to provide the recommendation of the architect to the City Council this month, later this month. In-ground bus lift, RFP was posted. A mandatory pre-bid happened during this meeting. I haven't heard the outcome of that, but hopefully that we had real good turnout on that one, and the proposals are due back on the 22nd. Locker room renovations at Solid Waste. The architect will be selected from our on-call, similar to the one before. Then we will work with that on-call designer for scope and fee. Construction bids for the Tokay tennis courts were received on 12/8. None of the bids were acceptable, so we're going back out to bid. Mazurk 1 tennis court resurfacing. The preparation and invitation bid is ongoing right now, and the next step is to advertise the bid very soon. City Hall renovations. We're coordinating with the contractor on the third floor renovations. Those renovations are anticipated to begin this month. And then we're developing the scope for the first floor and second floor, and we're going to decide the method of procurement for that and move forward at that time. And so I know that was a lot of projects.
Well, we just want to make sure Mr. Pitts got them all. So just say see we actually doing something up over there.
We're doing real fast.
So just slow down for him.
So that's all I have.
All right. Yeah, we do have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Before I go to Councilman Maher, I did
Yes,
need a little
sir.
clarification on the third floor renovations. What are we talking about there?
So right now we're looking at what's called the vault, the storage room, repurposing of the area of the hallway beside the entrance, moving that into there, all the storage into that space, then moving the ACMs into that space where we're going to create 3 offices there, and then take down walls and make 4 offices where there's 3 offices now.
So it's for additional office space.
Yes, mainly on the assistant manager's hall, but also adding those 3 offices in that what's currently called the vault.
Okay.
The storage room where the records are
The reason I
held.
was asking, I know we did third floor
Yeah.
a few years back, not too long ago. It was kind of new. I was wondering about the second floor, which was kind of dated, and then portions of the first floor, like the Lafayette room, and some of the public accessible points.
Absolutely. We've had some discussion about that. We just need to refine that scope. We just recently had discussions about that moving forward with second and first floor. So we'll be progressing more on that later.
All right.
Very
Councilman
soon,
Hare.
though. Figured third floor, we can get started on that right away.
Okay. All right. Councilman Hare.
Thank you, Mayor. When I saw that one name on the project list, I started smiling. But when it went up on the hill of filter plant and didn't go down below filter plant up in the Seabrook Hill community area, then my smile turned to a not a frown, but just to a straight line. Y'all have to tell me what that means. I don't know.
Say emoji.
So, and I know I'm going to get an answer for this, and I think I already know the answer, but I'd like to hear it from our Director of Parks and Rec, if he would come to the microphone. It was stated on here where we are with the Glenville Lake project, and I know that this portion is speaking of the pickleball court and the tennis court, but there's also a project that I'm expecting, we are expecting a update on, and I don't know if it's going to be this month or February, but I hope that is the month of January. Where are we, or when would that update be on the access from Murchison Road to the Glenville Lake Trail that's back there? When I saw this, I smiled, but when they started speaking, they
thought it was
another
gonna
direction.
slide,
Yes,
too.
sir.
I thought it was gonna slide.
Yeah, he slid around. Kind of give a little update on when you think that will be coming, and I have to assume that the only reason that it's not a part of this because it wasn't a part of the bond.
Well, it's
referendum.
not, but we're gonna come back, and we have. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got several trails.
See, at least somebody else heard
I
that
know, I've heard
before
it.
me,
I
so
know,
he
I
said,
know.
you know, come on, man.
We're working on that now. What the council member, for the new council members that haven't been here to see this meeting before, is the Glenville Trail that's on the eastern side of the Glenville Lake. And we're diligently working to finish that plan up and bring it to council for approval. And we're going to do it in the February work session.
God, we didn't slip to February.
February work session. That's
With
when we coming
all
back.
the money,
When we coming back now.
all this hard work with all the money, 1.5 mil and more for the project. The only thing we don't have is the peer funding, which I'm hoping you're working on getting something for that. It just seems like it's taken us so long to get
Yes,
here.
sir. Yes, sir, it has.
Mr.
But we have some challenges.
Director.
We have some challenges. And as soon as we get past some of them challenges, we're going to bring back the best trail possible to make sure that that side of the community has access.
So we are expecting an update at the work session. You know, the work session is the first meeting of our council meetings for each month.
Yes, sir.
And we're expecting that in February.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, my small, short question on the permitting that we've been looking for. I think our meeting was in September of October of last year on the MLK, and I was thinking if it was that far back, that we would be hearing something about that in December. Now we're in January. How long does it take a body of people to look over the applications that's been put before them to give us a step forward? Because we've been waiting on this permitting on the MLK for however long. It's been months and months and some more months.
I tell you what, we had a very good conversation with the MLK board. Matt is here, who also works with Freeze and Nichols, and there were some opportunities that now we have for collaborative work, but the process is going well. It is a project that it's different. You're talking about a steel structure that's 140 feet in the air. So making
Part
sure
of it. That's
well,
the heart of
that is the heart.
project.
The site was changed. The design changed a little bit, so it's going to be a little bit more easier to construct if a 140-foot structure is easy. But between the two entities, the city and the MLK board, I think we're in a good place. There's only a few more dots that we need to make sure before we present that to the manager. But I think we're in a comfortable spot to make sure that that project goes forward.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I know that the other council members and even the representative will be looking forward to this, and I always have to thank him for just kind of letting me push you guys since I started out with the project, and I hope we will
We
be able to receive something soon.
I think we got some talented people working on it. Matt has put up with me with who I am as a person. So, and he hadn't quit yet. So, we're going to be fine.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me kind of throw that in there.
Yes, sir. All right, Councilmember Davis and Hondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about the courts at Glenville Lake. How many parking spaces are going to be there?
I can't answer that right offhand. I can get back to you on that.
It's just that from the view of it, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough parking. And so we already have an issue at the senior center. And what I don't want to happen is when there's a tournament happening, they're parking at senior center, taking those spots up, and then there's like no space because they can't park anywhere up and down Bragg Boulevard unless it's at a place of business. And so then I just want to make sure that we don't have an issue with parking as we already do at the senior center east.
Understood.
I kind of know some of the folk that own property on Filter Plant on both sides, and so it may be some folk there that y'all might be able to talk to get some parking space.
They'll be waving flags and taking $20 a car.
No,
Like
no,
going to
sir.
football
I mean,
game?
actually, I know some folk.
Okay,
I just say I can call them for you.
He got you. All right, Councilmember Hondros, will you finish?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went through a lot of projects, so I got a bunch of questions. I'll try to rapid fire them. On the PSAP, if I heard correctly, that site selection's to be determined and come back to us at a future time
Yes, sir, very soon.
with site alternatives?
Yes, we're
Okay.
very close on that, and I will say it's still under evaluation, but you should be seeing that this month.
We'll have just a site, or we'll have a few
I
sites?
believe a recommended site will be coming to you.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
With
And then-
reasons for that.
Gotcha. Firehouse 16 and 9, there was an update here. I know it's kind of off topic to some extent, but we get questions all the time regarding Firehouse 4. Is there any, and this may be an attorney and/or manager question, is there any
Update.
movement on that
There you go.
update?
Yep, got the project. Great one.
ABS will be here on January 26th to give us a report on their report from Applied Building Sciences. They're the group that did the destructive testing. So they will be here to present their report to the council and the public at large.
What day is that?
January 26th.
It's our second council meeting, fourth Monday, I think. Thank you for that. And this is, with new firehouse projects going up, the question I receive, I'm assuming my colleagues receive all the time, is why are we starting new ones when we haven't finished the one that's already underway and has faced some challenges? So moving right along, the Cape Fear River Park, kind of piggybacking on my colleague was asking about parking. So on this one, the parking's there on the corner of, I think it's North Broad and Russell. And I know that's kind of, if I'm not mistaken, that's an existing parking, kind of an old parking lot that's already there.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
In the future, as we build this park out, I mean, it makes sense to leave it there now, but in the future, is that parking something that could be moved to another area on that site so we can save that corner for, I just think that corner would make a good green space and entrance to the park as we build onto the park.
I think that's
in a
certainly
later
something,
phase.
that, I mean, there's certainly any number of things that we considered going forward for phase 2 of this. And I think that's a great point you make.
Thank you, sir.
It's a good location on that corner to be a draw.
Yes, sir. I did have one question on the MLK project. Is that a city of Fayetteville project? Or
Our land.
It's an agreement between Martin Luther King Jr. Committee and the city and the county, if I'm not mistaken. There's interlocal agreements all three ways.
so Fayetteville Cumberland Parks and Rec is going to manage the construction, manage the project?
Yes, sir, that's correct. So once we receive design and permitting from the MLK committee, then it is a city project.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And then Veterans Park 2, Phase 2 on the corner of Rowan and Robeson, I believe. I vaguely remember, and maybe the clerk can help me out, or a previous council took a vote to, I thought we were doing a special forces museum or something, didn't we?
They went somewhere else.
Yeah, they left.
Okay. All right, that answers that question. And then Blue Street Senior Center, I think I saw in here there was, architect was coming up with designs for repurposing. Have we decided what we're going to do with that facility?
Yes, right now we're looking at one department that's in there right now, but what the consideration is and why we're reevaluating the preliminary plans is considering potentially putting a second department in that space as well.
Yeah,
namely construction management division. So
yeah, that was my point. It would be good, I think, to determine the purpose before we can design it.
Yes, we have done that, and we're trying to.
Well, I think his question was more, have we decided what we were going to do with the building? Because I know there was some, I think there was some conversation about what the proposals of staff moving into offices, but there were also some discussions on some community usages and those kind of things. So, Mr. Manager, can you speak to how we got to designing it for offices before we?
Yeah, well, Council, Mayor, I apologize. I thought you and I had this conversation. But we're looking for a home for the Office of Community Safety. And having toured both the facilities, both of the two buildings, the main building that has the large classroom and the offices that was the old senior center, with minimal changes to the wall layouts, would function very well for the Office of Community Safety, particularly as we move into the mental health response component and some of the other things that we talked about today. But we are right now, I just set the design phase, but if council would like to, we'd be happy to bring that back at the meeting for you to talk about it. But we were able to find this, how much money did we find? I hate Jeff's not here. We had found some, actually we're using money, I think, from John's budget, from the budget that council set aside. For right now, he and his team are in an office over at Festival Park Plaza. As you know, we do need to relocate from there. And so some of the changes we talked about on the the third floor City Hall, were also to help facilitate the changes of us being able to vacate Festival Park Plaza. But again, if council has an interest, which it sounds like you do, we'll be happy to bring that back to you at an upcoming meeting. Maybe as soon as Monday, if we can have an opportunity to open up the agenda. Or we'll just send it out to you as an administrative report, and then we can also bring it back. But we're not so far along that if council says not to move forward, we can't stop.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you,
Did y'all
Mr.
have
Mayor.
other uses? Because we also had looked at the other room, which was the classroom, and I don't think that we had identified that as yet for a defined location. But the longer the building does stay vacant, that it does become a concern. But it did seem to be a perfect location for OCS at the moment.
All right. Well, I just think the council need to participate in
make
that
sure.
before we start designing buildings. But all right, Councilmember Thompson, Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just add to the comment that Dr. Hewitt made. We have a lot of departments that are cramped in their spaces. We have our 911 on the second floor that is cramped. We have our IT office that is cramped. We have our marketing department that is cramped. One of the things that I have tried to bring to the attention of council is that we need to stop renting places and start owning places. We spend so much money in renting property every year that we would have paid for it 10 times over after 10 or 15 years. But my question, I guess it would be to Dr. Hewitt, is with these fire stations. Have we ever thought about collaborating with our police department and our substations so we could have two departments in one, so we're not renting substations like we were renting Cross Creek. Now we own Cross Creek. What are we doing about Central and Campbellton? Could they co-locate in some of these fire stations, whether it's 6 or 4?
Yes, sir. That is exactly what we had hoped to do also with Fire Station 4. At one time, you may recall, Mayor, I know we've had this conversation. I was interested in acquiring Tropical Motel for a redevelopment site that would have allowed us to have 911, a substation and a police department there as a public safety compound to anchor that end of Bragg Boulevard. Exciting news. It appears as if the owners of Tropical are actually doing some redevelopment work there for maybe short-term affordable housing as well. But a portion of that site is still available. But that is our goal, is to be able to get off of, I think that is Sycamore Dairy, and where we have a long-term lease, which has served us very well. But it would be nice that with whatever we plan for Fire Station 4, that if we could also accommodate the fire and police departments sharing that space, that would be ideal. But there are also some opportunities with some of the locations that we've looked at for 911, which again, as Dan mentioned, will be coming back to council for your review, to possibly pair 911 with substations or other uses as well. Council's bold decision to buy the land on Rayford Road has allowed us to acquire several additional storefronts beside our substation. And there's some conversation about potentially moving some of the traveling staff from City Hall to that location where they might be more centrally located in the city. If not all of them, a portion of them, at least temporarily while we do some of the moves around, particularly with some of the fire stations and trying to get all of our fire inspectors together, code enforcement folks, and it's moving everybody around to accommodate the construction is going to be quite a challenge. I think the mayor is the only one that remembers before we finished the third floor of City Hall how everyone had to leave the third floor, and that's how we actually ended up over at Festival Park Plaza as well. Is that and the fire department moved out from the third floor, Mr. Hare, over to fire station. What is that? 14 on Langdon Street. So. We may be looking for another wholesale group of those as well. But yes, that is the goal, is to try to co-locate as many of those as we can, fire and police.
County, mental health, EMS.
Any and every one that we can at one time, that would be ideal. That would be ideal.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, council, seeing no further comments or questions, need to receive a report. Anything formal from us? Councilmember Hondros.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Hondros, seconded by Councilmember Green. Receive report. Thank you, sir, for your
Thank you
presentation.
very much.
All right, council, look to you
Great
for
evening.
votes to receive that. And council, I know the new capital projects committee will be all in to overseeing this stuff. So, Ms. Jennifer, I have you some information on those committees tomorrow, but you'll be seeing a lot of this gentleman, so you can track these projects and be able to keep the council up to date with what's going on. Thank you. All right, council, y'all up for a 10-minute break? Stretch your legs and, all right, so we'll do that and get back at it.
procures all sorts of things. Our Parks and Recreation Department may need things like aquatic equipment to maintain our pools, t-shirt printing for athletics, or something as simple as janitorial supplies. The Fire Department purchases many specialty items like fire protection gear or equipment necessary to protect residents. Public Services takes care of our streets and traffic signals, and often contract for services such as engineering, hauling, street maintenance, and asphalt paving. Transit and Airport procure services such as maintenance on equipment to help keep our city moving forward. So if you're a vendor that would like to find out the many opportunities available, visit fayetteville.nc.gov/bids. This is where we post opportunities out to bid. Instead of checking the page every day, you can sign up for e-notifications, though we post new opportunities. To do business with the city, you must complete the vendor registration form in its entirety and return it to the appropriate email address along with the W-9 form. Stay connected. Follow us on social media for information on any upcoming procurement events hosted by the City of Fayetteville. We look forward to doing business with you.
This circa 1788 landmark property is located at 119 North Cool Spring Street. In September of 1789, Dolphin Davis published in the Fayetteville Gazette an announcement of the opening of a public house near the Cool Spring. The tavern lodged delegates of the North Carolina 1789 Constitutional Convention. At the time, North Carolina had no capital, and Fayetteville sometimes served in this capacity until the construction of Raleigh. By 1795, Elisha Stedman had acquired sole ownership of the property, and it soon became his private residence. Having survived the fire of 1831, it is believed to be the oldest existing structure in the city. Later enlarged by Nathan and Elisha Stedman, Cool Spring Tavern is one of the few remaining federal-style buildings in Fayetteville. To find out more about Fayetteville's history or check out more buildings like this one, scan the QR code below and check out the Development Services Historical Locations map.
Renovating or upgrading your home or business can be an exciting project. But before you pick up that hammer or start building a fence, it's important to know something. Certain renovations require a permit in the City of Fayetteville. Whether you're remodeling a kitchen, adding a new deck, or putting on a new roof, some improvements can impact safety, accessibility, and even the structure of your property. That's where permits come in. A permit is a formal approval from the city to ensure that your renovation meets building codes and local safety standards. It also helps protect the value of your property and ensures your work doesn't cause problems down the line. In Fayetteville, common projects that typically require permits include electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and structural work, like adding walls, changing the layout of rooms, or any additions. Permits aren't just for homeowners. Business owners, too, need to be aware. If you're planning to renovate your commercial space, you'll likely need a permit to ensure your space is safe for employees and customers. Applying for a permit can be as simple as submitting an application online through the city's e-development portal. Having the right permit ensures your work is inspected to meet building codes. It also provides you peace of mind, knowing that your renovation is compliant with local state laws and regulations. All projects will require inspections, so don't forget to request them. So, before you begin your next renovation, remember, permits may be required. Take the time to get the proper approval and ensure that your project is safe, legal, and done correctly. To make the process easier, you can find all the information you need by visiting the city's website. You can check whether your project requires a permit, apply online, and even schedule inspections, all from the comfort of your home. Visit fayetteville.nc.gov/permits or contact the permit office for assistance. Protect your property, your investment, and your future.
Hi, my name is Alex Magana. I'm the Development Center Manager for the City of Fayetteville. And today I'm going to walk you through City Hall and introduce you to some of the resources that we have available. So come on, follow me. So here at City Hall, we have these kiosk stations set up and available for you that's going to assist with the project creation, account creation, project submittal documents. If you have any staff questions, we have staff here that's readily available to assist. And one of our permit technicians here is a huge asset and resource available to you. We look forward to working with you as a residential homeowner or a commercial business owner. For any additional questions or information that you might have, feel free to contact us at inspections@fayetteville.nc.gov. With your Fayetteville News, this is Alex Magana.
All right, council, we'll call it back into session. Well needed few minutes. So now let's keep moving through our next item, which is 6.06. Look for Mr. Cawley. And I know this has been ongoing conversation with District Rep. Councilman Davis. I've met with members of the Parkview Townhomes as well as Mayor Pro Tem has, and so we look forward to hoping that we can get this resolved today. So listen to you. We'll turn it over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. I'll be brief as the hour is getting late. Let me, there we go. All right, so just a recap of how we got here. So in September at the City Council work session, staff was asked to review the inclusion of Parkview Townhomes in the Downtown Municipal Service District. Municipal Service District is an area of the city that we determine has a higher need for level of service than the greater city, and it is funded by an additional tax. The following report outlines the history, the legal framework, how it was created, and the financial impact of that request. So just a little bit of background and history here. The MSD was created back in 1978. It authorized an additional tax for downtown services. In 83, the district was adjusted and expanded a little bit, and since then it has been renewed every 5 years since. Now, state law doesn't require it to be renewed every 5 years. That's just something that Fayetteville has historically done, is take a look at this on 5-year annual recurring basis. The current rate for the fiscal year 2026 is just under 15 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. Parkview Townhomes is a development at 301 Bragg Boulevard. It was completed in 2013. It was a former Days Inn motel that the city purchased and demolished. Then they improved the property and sold it to a developer at fair market value. That developer then built market rate townhomes on it. Right now there's 47 townhomes valued at just under $13 million. And the GIS system that the county keeps as the official record for our tax information confirms that they are entirely within the boundary of the MSD. So in our research, we did find that there are other individual parcels in the downtown that are exclusively residential. So Parkview is not the only one, but it does stand out. So the analysis that staff did is that Parkview we confirmed that it does lie within the MSD. That the MSD was initially designed to promote downtown revitalization through business development, events, and placemaking. Downtown Fayetteville has evolved, like lots of other downtowns across the country, to include mixed-use environments with residents, businesses, and visitors all sharing in the benefits. Parkview does directly benefit from the proximity to downtown, and the continued investment and activation of downtown through the MSD have helped sustain higher demand and market appreciation for those properties. There is a budget impact if council were to remove these properties from the MSD. That's about $19,000 annually. Just to remind you, our contract with Cool Springs Downtown Management is about $220,000. So if we did want to maintain that current level of service with them, we would need to look at potentially increasing the tax rate or using the general fund to help subsidize it. Conversely, we could talk to Cool Springs about decreasing that level of service to account for that $19,000 drop. There is a procedure for removal established in general statutes. There's a lot written on this slide. I'll just hit some of the highlights. So property owner must submit a written request to City Council to remove a specific tract or parcel of land from a service district. They have to be specific about the parcel and state the reasons why they think it is not in need of services, facilities, or functions of the district. And upon receipt of the request, City Council shall hold a public hearing. If council finds that the tract or parcel is in not need of the services, facilities, or functions of the district to a greater extent than the rest of the city, then City Council may by ordinance redefine the district and redraw it to remove that tract from it. If you do decide to remove or add anything to the district, particularly this is the removal procedure, those things only take effect at the beginning of a fiscal year. So if you were to take action, it would take effect July 1. So that's kind of the highlights of what we found and what this looks like. The remainder of it really is at council's discretion as far as how we approach the issue.
All right, thank you. I do have a couple questions. Councilman Maher.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very familiar with the MSD and, of course, with the boundaries. As I was telling someone, one of my colleagues, the boundary used to go as far as through the Merchant Road corridor to Pamela and whatever the street changes names to, all the way back to downtown. So I understand this boundary well. I understand what it's supposed to be. I understand the purpose of when the downtown committee of those asked for the special tax for the area. Now what my concern is, I'm in agreement if you're not receiving any of the calls that I've received and comments that I've had. If the benefits are not affecting this particular location, why should they still be within the MSD boundary? If I can ask this question, Mr. Cawley, please let us know what exactly benefits are they supposed to be receiving being within that tax district?
Sure. So I think earlier tonight we saw that a lot of people come downtown for special events.
Correct.
So you got that adjacency to the special events. Me personally, I lived across the street in the Prince Charles for a couple of years downtown, and so you get that walkability of the downtown. You get the walkability to those special events. I didn't never have to worry about parking during Dogwood, things like that. And then there's also a premium to the property values near and around the downtown, particularly of Parkview.
Okay.
Now, it is challenging to dollarize that, though.
Outside of and there being some form of a tax increase and the walkability, I think all that's great. Who picks up the trash? Who pays their potholes? Who does whatever, all the kind of services that we normally would receive that they're supposed to be receiving down here? Who are ambassadors up in there doing ambassador work like they are doing down here? Those type of benefits, what I'm asking,
yes, sir.
Are they receiving, that community receiving those benefits?
So
not walkability
right.
and tax increase on their property.
Understood.
Values.
So they have a similar trash situation that our downtown commercial businesses do, where they pay for their own trash removal. Mm-hmm. The ambassadors, to my knowledge, do not go all the way up there. Mm-hmm. Beyond that, the holiday decorations and the arts and entertainment district and stuff, that boundary is literally painted right there at the street.
Do you have a record of anything of where we've ever gone up in there and done a pothole repair or a broken sidewalk repair or something along that line, that things that would normally fall within that, what is it? It was, I know we started at 5 cents, 10 cents. What is it now? 11 cents. 14 cents.
Yeah,
Okay.
14 and change. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't currently use MSD funds to fund those activities in the Main Street area either. But no, that there's not. I don't believe any of that up there is public streets either.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so I'm kind of on the same page as Councilman Maher. So the enhanced services that downtown gets, I have a business down here, so I understand certain things, and as a business, I benefit when there's a concert beside me. But if I live here, really, it's kind of more of a inconvenience sometimes that I've got noise, I've got traffic, I've got trash, I've got different things that down here, if there's trash along Hay Street after a Dogwood Festival, the city comes by and picks that up. If that's inside of my townhome community, that's not the city's responsibility, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, and so these folks pay HOA fees, they pay their own trash, and then they pay their regular taxes for the home. and then they pay the extra service fee, which is supposed to be for extra service. So short of what you already answered to Mr. Hare, what's the extra service piece? Because I'm still missing that.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, this is y'all, I'm glad y'all brought it up. This is really a policy question for you. Chris, I think you said we generate $220,000 total.
We generate a little bit more, but Cool Springs contract is about 220.
And so the question is, who pays for what? And when we look at the downtown, the reason that Parkview was there is because they were part of MSD. And the council saw value in taking the old days insight. That has been 10 years or more. And so the council could, as you choose after the public hearing, and Chris laid that out as well, the statutory requirements for that. But in trying to detail dollar for dollar of what is what, Mayor and Councilmember Hare, you may have been here as well when we were looking at how do we pay for the parking garages? How do we pay for the stadium? How are we going to pay $200 million for the Black Voices Museum? How are we going to provide housing on Center City Business Park? The question, the policy question that every council wrestles with is who pays? And so we just spent $100,000 on a concert at Festival Park Plaza. Festival Park. I would tell you that if you're only generating, what is the amount, Chris, on the total MSD? 400, 300?
It's slightly more than 300.
$300,000. The question is, are you getting something from your arts and entertainment district? Because we are clearly spending the majority of that with Cool Springs for Arts and Entertainment. When you look at the grass, at the lights, the decorative lights that the city put in across from Veterans Park, we just had an update about what we're going to do at Veterans Park 2. We've talked about the work that we're doing with Mr. Smith and the Housing Authority on Catalyst Site 1. We've talked about what we might do at the Makerspace and others. Our goal is to grow the development that is here out further, and that requires some funding.
So, Mr.
One
Mayor,
second, Mr. Mayor. I'm coming. I'm coming. I want y'all to make whatever the policy decision but we do have others in the district which are also similarly situated, and if they don't find value at Parkview, then the ones at 300 Hay would be potentially some of the same that we need to think about. So it's not dollar for dollar.
Right. I got you. And as I was in the middle of my point, and I appreciate the history of it. But again, I think what you said, which is clear, is the taxes that are generated are not being used to pay for this enhanced service. It's going to the entertainment piece. So that's
not what I said.
Well, I heard you say it generates about $300,000. I heard you say that most of that goes to Cool Springs. Did I mishear something?
No, it goes to Cool Springs to facilitate that arts and entertainment district.
Okay,
right.
So that's my point there. That it goes, what comes in goes to Cool Springs for the majority of it does. So it's not really paying parking decks and those kind of things. But I think as you look at the first item that we dealt with here was critical, because the question that everybody had was, how do we get more people to live downtown and get more development in areas like Blount and Gillespie, when they talked about housing, retail, or housing, and all of our studies call for that. So if I'm a developer, we can change all of the zoning ordinances we want to, which we did at the first half of this meeting. But if I got an extra tax that I won't have going somewhere else, what incentivizes me to come downtown in the first place? Especially if I've got to now tack on a HOA, or I've now got to add these other committed services, or I've